Hello everyone, welcome to ZaranTech. In today's digital age, businesses rely on efficient decision-making processes to stay competitive. SAP BRF Plus offers a powerful tool for automating business rules, streamlining operations, and enhancing agility. Let us dive into SAP BRF Plus. SAP BRF Plus is a powerful tool that enables businesses to manage complex business rules efficiently. Simply put, it's like having a smart assistant that ensures your business processes run smoothly and adhere to your specific requirements. Studies indicate that SAP BRF Plus boosts operational efficiency by 25% and slashes compliance issues by up to 40%. In today's fast-paced business world, quick, informed decisions are key. SAP BRF Plus enables automation, risk reduction, and rapid adaptation to market changes. In this course, we'll delve into SAP BRF Plus, covering its core features, benefits for your organization, and practical examples to ensure your understanding. By the end, you'll master using SAP BRF Plus in your business. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. BRF Plus Overview. 2. BRF Plus Workbench. 3. SAP BRF Plus. 4. BRF Plus Architecture. 5. Data Objects. 6. Data Elements. Let's dive in.
I'll share a couple of examples. Let's take an example in reimbursement process of an employee. Reimbursement like expenses that if an employee is traveling to on-site location, to client location, she had made some expenses. After submitting the bills on all the expenses report to the manager, based on the amount, the expense report will go for the certain level of approval, correct?
Yes.
So let's say there's a limit of 20,000 or 50,000 rupees. The manager can approve that. If amount is more than 50,000 to 1 lakh rupees, then then BU head or IBU head would be the approval is required. And if amount is more than 1 lakh or 2 lakh rupees, then CFO would be required for the approval. Correct. But the thing is, these all things, we can define these things in workflow as well. We can make them hard coded. But the thing is, your IBU head and CFOs are frequently getting changed because they are not taking the decisions, because they are the highest level managers in the organization. So they are not taking their decisions actually in the real life. They are forwarding the items to their subordinates. So they are taking actions on behalf of them. Or you can say that their assistant, or you can say the subordinates, their junior team members, they are working on these type of requests on behalf of them. And for this type of agent determination, on the fly agent determination for the workflow, because we never know that how good workflow will interact, how workflow will behave when item will generate, item will go for the approvals. So in BRF Plus, we can integrate our agent determination with workflow, and we can change our agents dynamically. Even your item has been generated and it's already available into the agent inbox, so we can change the data directly into the production system with the help of BRF Plus application, and we can just re-trigger the re-trigger the work item of workflow, and it will automatically redirect to the respective person. Okay, so earlier what happened earlier, we do have a transaction as WIA, which is workflow administrator transaction. So whenever the request will came to us to change the agent, we have to manually start the technical changes into the backend transaction level as an administrator. Then we will manually move that item to the agent. And there is no such track also, because we are doing from the admin level. So it can't be easy to track that who had done that changes and who had moved the item from one user to another user. Now, another examples also, like you can say that authorization. like ESS and MSS access. Who should be able to get the ESS and MSS access? Who should not be able to get those particular access? What would happen if manager got changed? What would be the what would happen if manager is leaving his job, and who would be the next person, upcoming person? So automatically your current manager authorizations and roles and objects will get assigned to the upcoming of manager. Though this is one of the biggest application in SAP used to we develop that, but with the help of BRF plus application, we can predict that, okay, it could be the possible, it could be the scenario that this could be the right person or this could not be the right person. So we can predict, we can with the help of decision tree, we'll discuss that what is decision tree. With the help of that, we can easily predict that what could be the upcoming correct value, and we can take decision on top of that. So agenda for the tree is some of the business rules. BRF plus, the already BRF plus, we are aware that what exactly is BRF plus. Some minor concept details, workbench interaction, examples. Those examples are standard examples, okay? Like score calculation, cricket score calculation, risk score calculation, like that, and some technical components. Now, what exactly runs behind the BRF Plus application? BRF Plus is a combination of multiple rules. There's a combination of rules. Your rules will get executed into a business application, BRF Plus application. Okay. Now, multiple type of rules that will be categorized by the business, but these are the typical that at least those can be the rules for the company. So some of them we had captured here for the our learning purpose. Okay, like validation rules. Some of the validation rules by the company, like claim validation, loan application validation. So whenever we apply for the loan application, our CIBIL score is the most important validation. Correct? It should be more. It should be more than 750. Otherwise, you will not able to get the loan. Rate calculation rules. Rate calculation rules are specific for the hardcore mathematical calculations like tax rates, commissions, premiums, bonus, and duties, surcharges. Those type of rate calculations. Decision-based rules. Decision-based rules. Are you the correct person to take the decision, or you are not the correct person to take the decision? You are eligible for the product, or you are not eligible for the product. So that kind of decisions that we can generate rules on that, and we can take our decisions. Recommendation based rules, marketing promotions, medical recommendations on online product choosers. Medical recommendations like that, if I am going to one doctor for regular treatment, on some till the time he was working, he was able to treat us, he was able to guide us perfectly fine, but after some time he was not able to do that. He continued his practice, so he had recommended someone else. So what could be the scenario that he could recommend us to reach out to the another person? Marketing promotions. Till now we are using one type of product, one type of mobile, but after some promotions we can see, we can able to evaluate that there's a new product into the market also, and we can at least we can give it a try for another products as well. So that kind of recommendation rules also will work good, but works into the organization. Same goes for personalization, internationalization, localization rules, exception and special rules, optimization and configuration rules. It there it could be the chance there are another thousand of varieties also of validation rules in the real market. But the thing is how we can implement those rules into our application. That's why BRF Plus would come into the picture. Biggest reason SAP had implemented this for they had come up with this certain type of object was NACE transaction was also there, correct, for output management. For pricing of the sales order and pricing procedure of the material management, if, the tax calculation of finance, pricing of sales and distribution was always there. They have to reduce the dependency of end users from the backend team. So what exactly is happening? Every time end users will come into the picture that they have to reach out to the backend team. They have to request to the backend functional consultants. They will make the changes. Then they will do the testing. They will come up back to us, and then we have to resume our business process. Even for the small validations, small for the small change. That's how everything will get worked. So they need some kind of flexibility that rather than reaching out to function backend IT team, we can directly change the some of the business rules or policies directly into the system, and we can directly in the production system, and we can run business at any given period of time. That was the main aim to design this BRF plus object. Now, how your rules will get, how rules are working. Rules are basically our conditions. Either this or could be this. If or else. Are you getting my point? Either if you are agree, oh, then it's okay. Then you could be the next. If your promotion is due, if you are eligible, then you could be the next manager. Else you are not eligible, then you have to wait for the next 1 year. Those are the combination of your if and else if conditions. Baseline is if and else if. Apart from that, we do have another expressions also, like decision tables. In decision tables, we will maintain a certain set of combination in certain set of columns. Those columns would define as the input of your rules, and one of the column would be your output column.
Okay.
So if criteria will get match on those initial columns, you will directly get the output value. Same goes for the decision trees. Decision tree is like hierarchy. If you see the tree, how will you start? How your tree will start? Can you imagine a tree, real-time tree? So what will be the starting point of a tree? Roots, trunk, then branches, then sub-branches and leaves.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes.
Then
Yes.
then you will reach out to the one by one leaf and then on the leaf you will get the last and flower, and after that you will get the fruit. Correct?
Yes.
That would be your last product. Fruit would be your last product.
Yes.
So for that you have to start from root, trunk, main branch, or you can say the branch, main branch, sub branch, your leaves, flower and fruit. So 6, 7, 8 steps that you have completed to reach out your one decision.
Okay.
If your decision got failed, if you didn't get any fruit, what would be the chances? Either you can go back to the another leaf, one. Either you can go back to the sub branch, two chances. Either you can go back to the main branch, three chances. But you cannot go back to the trunk. Your trunk is only one. Correct? Sub branches are multiple. So there is a limitation of your rules, of your calculation. But you can track your end product, you can end result with n number of sets. That's how your tree works, and that's how our end result be a rules business rule will get work. Formula means simple calculation, like a 1 plus 1, 2 plus 2. We will generate the formulas into the business rule. All the mathematical calculation, you can think about the most complex formula, and that formula we will implement into the business rule. Or those formulas, and you can imagine that you can see those formulas are not able. As an ABAP developer, I had seen that multiple times. Same formula we cannot implement into the ABAP code, and same formula will get applicable into the BRF plus, and it is working fine. Okay, that happens multiple times. How we are enforcing our business rules into our system? Conventional, not nowadays. Little bit of BRF plus is not fully automated scenario. but it helps us to convert most of the scenarios in some of the semi-automation, or you can say the some of the automated part. I would
Okay.
not say 100%, but yes, most of the things have been changed to the automated part. Okay, as you can see into the image, automated enforcement and semi-automation. Okay, rules inside databases, it triggers all these rules, n number of rules are available into a n number of rules are available in BRF plus applications. Those applications are available at your DB level. Obviously, it's a database object, a technical object. It should be available into the database, and data is also available our database procedures. So directly you will fetch the data and trigger the data and execute rules for us. How your rules will get executed at the backend system? All the rules are executing in some kind of conditional level, like if condition. They have mentioned some specific conditions in the backend. Everything is getting executed in some conditions. The rules is about condition. Either it could be if, either it could be decision tree, either it could be decision table, it could be formula, it could be your mathematical calculation. Everything is about condition. In semi-automation, so our business analysts, our experts, or you can say our end users, were completely dependent on some documentation. Means policy documentation.
Okay.
Those policies are not converted into the system. Those are paper-based paper-based policies. So they have to follow that. Or in some conditions, some organizations, they had converted those policies into the code as well with the help of ABAP developer teams, but those are still not fully automated.
Okay.
Mostly they need to be dependent onto the paper-based approvals or paper-based rule management system. Typically, challenges were faced by the different type of customers. Why they will come up with the BRF plus technology. Zero visibility into business decisions. Organizations, as said by as initially we had discussed, the SWIA, workflow administration transaction. So as an workflow administrator in production system, I can change all the work items from one user to another user, and no one is able to find out because there is no log system generated log files, and you will even never realize that who had worked upon my workflow items. Why my items are not available into my inbox? I have to supposed to take the decision. I have to approve certain leaves. I have to approve certain items, but my items are not available in my inbox because I have removed your inbox items and assigned to the another one. You cannot see, you cannot track them. That's how the business decisions. No, there is no visibility into the business decisions. Let's take an example. Because decisions are made on the paper and pen. Those are not related with the system. System has no idea what is business rule. So if system has no idea about your business rule and you are working on behalf of some piece of paper, then you can manipulate the decisions, right? So it could be human error also, or it can be intentional also. And if policy says that an employee should be completed 6 months probation period into the company, only then he or she would become the permanent employee. But as in favor, I had changed his date of joinings, or you can say the probation date, and make him 100% permanent employee. So it's an intentional thing that I had done. Just an example. Change resistance in IT systems. Change resistance means systems are becoming after 2015. You have even you have realized that in 2000, somewhere nearby 2013 and 2015, most of the organizations have changed their business time. They are by the cloud has come in. The cloud has played an intense role into the IT landscapes. Till the time AWS is come, Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud, they had introduced their new technologies into the market. They had come up with the large infrastructure deployments. So organization had also decided to increase their reachabilities. Even if we talk about the SAP, in 2015 they come up with the HANA, right? And 2004, 2000 and starting of 2016 they come up with the HANA and S4 HANA on cloud and on premise also. Correct?
Yeah.
So they are trying, organizations itself, they are trying to reach out, they increase the reachability to the market. And SAP is one of the best example, if I say that, because it's a completely restricted product from the world. Correct? It's hard to interact. Non-SAP world, it's hard to interact with the SAP system and start with the to and from motion. But nowadays, if I see that BTP is coming to the picture, our cloud is coming to the picture. We directly create one single API and we can directly start working to and from motion of data from SAP to non-SAP world. With one service, in 10 to 15 minutes, I can create one service and I can start dealing the data from SAP S4HANA. But earlier it was not it was not there. We have to create PIPO services. We have to generate the services. We have to consume the services. Then some other non-SAP technology will consume that service. But nowadays, within 10 minutes, I can create an API and consume into my portal. So
Right.
the expertise they have increased their reachability. Insufficient and costly human efforts. Costly human experts. Sometimes what happened, I had seen in my personal experience, users, they know that how to run the business. They are well trained upon that. I no issue, no doubt on that. But sometimes what happens, let's say new joinings will come into the picture, new candidates. They are not well versed about the business process. So what could be the scenario if someone has done some process and someone about to run a process and he or she is not aware about the complexity of the business process, and somehow they had started that or somehow they had completed that, and because of that company had faces the loss of amount or loss of employees or loss of cyber security, data integrity, our security or data breach, it could be anything. So we, rather than completely dependent on the end users, the system needs to be verified from their side also before making the human decisions. So not 100% dependent on the humans. That's why the technology is coming into the picture. Knowledge is this is the biggest challenge I had faced personally also. I was working with one of the company, okay, with we were implementing PeopleSoft to S4HANA, and we do have we have to implement 49 WebIntro applications, hire to fire process, and you can say that hiring of an employee, non-solicitation of an employee, non-disclosure agreement, all these agreements, documents, the single application needs to be generated. Now there is only one person in the entire company from the HR department. He knows all the processes from 0 to 100%. Only one person.
Okay.
And even not his subordinates, not his associates, the team members, not his seniors also. He is the only person. And can you imagine that if you have to dependent on one person for requirement gathering, and if he is not available on the day, then you could, as a functional consultant, you can imagine that situation, correct?
Right.
My end user is not available and I have to close my tickets. Somehow I have to close my BRD. But unfortunately, he's not there. Everything will get to the stake. And we have, and on top of that, the situation was near just after the COVID situation, and he was again, because work from home mode is still on nowadays, is still on, and sometimes, most of the times, he used to work from home, and we are waiting for him that he will come into the office and he will update the requirement, and then we will start working on the development also. But he never shows up, and finally he leave the organization because of one person. Entire project will get into the dustbin because of the one person.
Oh, yeah.
And so loss the amount the company had invested, such amount, with a certain hope that we can implement a new technology. We are going to implement a new technology, but because of that one person, everything will get into the toss. Entire team was wiped out, entire project was wiped out. No, and after that, lots of things had happened. So knowledge is completely reserved by one person. That could not be the scenario.
Mhm.
That's why SAP had decided, one of the reason, knowledge should be available into the system rather than dependent on the humans, rather than dependent on the paper base, rather than dependent on the human minds. Those business rules should be available into the, at the end of the day, business should work. At the system will work, not humans will work.
Mhm.
At the end of the day, same business rules will get implemented into the business, into the software. Those software is responsible for working, not humans are responsible for the working. They have to generate the audit reports. Humans will not generate the audit reports. So business rules should be available into the software, not into the human minds. So it could be the interdependent of any human being. Same rule, you can execute the same rule. I can execute the same rule. Even I have no idea, you have idea about that. So business will work without any dependency of the human intervention. BRF Plus are especially designed for end users. So they can directly execute their business process. They can runtime, they can change the transaction, they can change the data, they can work upon the new policies, they can insert new rules, they can edit the rules, and the business process will continuously, it will work without any failures. Yes, and then directly into the production system. No need to
Oh,
depend on the development quality, then quality validation, all the technical documentation, then it
okay.
will UAT, and then it will move to the production. No need to wait on that.
Okay.
Directly they can change into the production system. So it will increase the efficiency of the process and delivery, right? Okay. This is the backend architecture of BRF Plus. How your
Mhm.
BRF will get actually, these are the technical objects. How your BRF will work. So as an end user, or you can say the functional consultant or technical consultants, we have to work upon this front end part. We will create our decision tables, we'll create our decision trees, we can create our formula, and we will get the expected results.
Mhm.
But what exactly happens into the background? Our rule processors will work. This is the main part, which is the rule processor, which is the backend of the BRF Plus application, all the BRF Plus applications. Okay, those rule processor will accept, like, let's say this is one of the expression, will accept values from this decision table and return the value in form of the output. Okay, same
Mhm.
goes for the decision tree. It will receive values from one of the one of the tree item, and it will return the item. From the rule processor will return the output of the another item. Same goes for the formulas. Same goes for another expression as well. The best thing is, apart from these things, couple of other objects also that we can work upon. We can trace our all the steps. The unlike that in our traditional our ERP system, for tracking all the piece of code, we have to debug the system. Correct? We have to debug the code. That's the only option.
Yes. Yes.
Either you debug or you will get the out. So in BRF Plus application, we don't need to debug. The only trace and simulation mode is there. Just click on that and it will generate the step by steps for you. The debug steps, already steps are debugged, so you can easily identify this is the particular set of piece of code that this application, this corner of my application is not working. So no need. So as an end, why they have provided this trace and simulation option? Because end user don't understand SAP ABAP code. Correct. Functional consultants are also not capable that they can debug the code. So what could be the feasible scenario? If only one person ABAPer is able to debug the code, and some business user had to understand that part. So what could be the scenario? The simulation and trace part. Simple, easy English steps. So they had provided these English steps. Okay, this is the pain area that if I change this value, then my business rule will work. Excel import and export. You can download your rules. You can upload your rules in form of decision trees, most probably in base of the decision tables. You can download this table, you can change the value, and you can upload this table into the system. No need to go to the IT team and ask them to make changes, ask them to the program based hard coding values, and then you need to come worked upon. What best features are downloading and uploading the objects, tracing and simulation. Another one is code generation. This is the best feature you have ever seen in any ABAP object. This BRF Plus application, once you create your BRF Plus application, it will generate ABAP piece of code for you automatically. There is a feature, code generation. Once your BRF Plus application is activated, you can go to the trace and simulation, and before going for trace and simulation, one option is also there, code generation. So what would happen? You can directly click on code generation. It will generate a pop-up, the same like pop-up window. Tomorrow we'll see that. Our next sessions we will see that how we can leverage that functionality.
Okay.
It will generate a ready-made ABAP code for you, and same piece of code you can copy paste. You can copy from there. You can paste that ABAP piece of code in your HCM class, HCM functional reports, HCM workflow administrators. You just have to pass the BRF function module name, your input parameters, and you will get the output parameters. And what would happen? The system generated code that you had copy pasted from this application, whenever you try to run that functional module from that piece of code that you have pasted down in another application, it will directly call the BRF Plus application into the backend, and it will execute same applications for you. Okay. Even just you have to copy paste that part. It's actually when we are passing the function module name, it is establishing a connection between your BRF Plus and your custom piece of code. So with the help of function module name, the system generated from FM name, you are calling that function module of the BRF Plus application, and we are getting the data from the BRF Plus directly. So it's like that. In my custom code, I'm calling the application rather than my class, rather than my simple SE37 function module. I'm calling BRF Plus function module. So your rule engine is directly integrated with your ABAP code, and you don't have to write a piece of code also. 95%, 97% code is ready. Only 5% is assign the function name, assign inputs, and receive the outputs. This is the best feature into the BRF Plus application. Decision trees based on two values. You are expecting third value. Are you getting my point? If number of products greater than 5 and number of delayed pay is less than value 15. So what we had given? We had given two inputs, number of products and number of delayed payment. So system will provide me the intermediate value, which is 500. Number of leaves of an application. Number of leaves are available, 25. Number of leaves already availed, 24. What could be the intermediate value? 1. Correct?
Yes.
So that's how your decision table will work. Based on more than one inputs, we are expecting some output. No need to write any logic. No need to write any code. Directly mention the values and you will get the desired output. That's how our decision tables will work. And decision table is one of the most usable object in BRF Plus. Let's if I say in tax calculation, if you remember in 2017, 1st of July, Indian government had implemented GST. They had rolled out GST in entire nation. It's a federal tax, national level tax. So since then, even today also, they had come up with HSN code and SSC codes. HSN codes and HSN codes are for manufacturing industry, SSC codes for service-based industry. So based on HSN, they are deciding the tax rates. Now, eventually, they are changing the rate percentages of rates, percentages of HSN codes. Different HSN code had different rates. Still, they are going to change. In future, they are also planning to change the HSN codes or the respective percentages. So what would be the scenario? Imagine that your end user on daily basis, your end user is coming to you. I need to change the tax rate. I need to change the tax slab of this product. Today I have to change this one. Next day I have to change this one. Correct? So you will also get fed up. Yeah, why is coming? At least you will ask your developer, at least create a TMG for him. Correct? So if I instead of creating a TMG, I'll provide one application. So he can maintain their HSN codes, he can maintain their percentages, he can maintain their IGST, CGST, SGST condition, and he can play around with that. So he can work upon that. And same BRF application will get implemented or used by all the another users also. So we are driving a single rule from single person to all the architecture of the system. In real time, this is the these are the images on how we can create our decision table. We can import data from Excel file. We can export the data. We can create new entries, changing the logic. Yes, directly to the production. So before importing that, first you have to export to the Excel. Export means you will get the columns, which data is already available into the system. Now you go to the Excel. Let's say in Excel you will get the 10 items. Item number 6 and 7 you want to change. You can change the items. 50 more entries you want to insert in Excel, you will create 50 more entries. Now you can import your Excel. So this is the best feature, that first export, make the changes, then import the file. That is also possible. Both features are possible. So with our CMS mechanism, CTS mechanism, so we can move our customizing TRs, same like TMG. We can provide the customizing TR. Changes will store there, and then we will move to the production system. Rules can be implemented. Yes, changing rules and logic. Implement a certain rules for that certain field also. However, your decision table will come into the rule also, but again at the child level also you can implement another rules as well. It's just an example that how you can export data to Excel. This is how you would calculator, your formula generation. If you remember this, these all the symbols are inherited from the calculator, which is manual calculator that we used to use in our daily life, like AND condition, or not, if condition, string. And if you have the formula, so I don't think so anyone will get hesitated to create your output formula, right? So anyone can use this. Ready-made buttons are there. You just have to insert your variables, input, just give you an inputs like variable 1. use star. Star means multiply. Variable 2 is equal to variable 3. So you will get the ready-made formula and you can directly execute that. Correct?
Okay.
So strings, if you have to play with string, then formula for string is available. If you have to play with unit, then unit is there. If you have to play with some Boolean expression or comments, then that is also available. So most of the calculative functions are predefined functions are available into the system. Rule sets. Now the same thing we had discussed. If, else, again else, if, then, else, else if. It could be the combination of anything. It could be if or and if else and if else if else and if else else and if else and if. So 5, 6 basic, these are the basic 5, 6 if and if conditions, but it could be a combination of anything. If plus 1000 and if else if plus the last would be the and if condition. Correct. So based upon our requirement, we can add the if and if conditions. How your BRF plus, when we as a technical person or functional person, when you create your BRF plus application, so this is the architecture that we need to follow. We have to start with application. An application system will generate a function for you. In create, assign context and result. Context and result means in context is equal to out input, result is equal to output. Okay. Function, it's a function which has input parameters and output parameters. Context as input, result as output. Create and assign rule sets. Rule set is the combination of multiple rules. So as you can imagine that in a bucket, I am putting all the balls with red color, green, yellow, white. So in rule sets, I am providing my all the rules, business rules, technical rules, authorization rules, or my tax rules, my management rules, my authorization rules, or you get the approval rules. I have assigned into a single rule set. Correct? It could be the combination of multiple rule sets also. Again, depend on how I am leveraging that application, how complex I am about to develop. Correct? Create and assign expressions. Expression means our exact decision tables or your formula or your that decision trees and etc. Based on that, we are taking the actions. We are getting the outputs. Then you just need to activate your object, simulate, and implement function call. Implement means where you want to call this function call. And what was the function? The function that we had created at the top level. Like another ABAP object, create one function module, assign internal input parameters, assign output parameters, create select query, assign some select query, and based on some select query and if and else if conditions, we are generating our output. Finally, check, activate, run the function module. Same like any other ABAP object. Only thing is, it's not coding based, it's graphical based, GUI based. We don't need to write any code. We have to just create the objects based on the graphical interface. Modes of operations we'll discuss tomorrow. How the modes of operations will. Can you just a highlight? Can you see these numbers? These are the, let's say, the values that we are passing to the internal value IV_ID set value. We are providing the inputs, and to whom we are providing the inputs? The function that get function, and this is the number generated provided by the BRF. This is a random number series. This is the function BRF function. To this BRF function, I am providing my inputs. Let's say for this customer ID, SAP ID value, ball pen, for this ID, sales 10, for this ID value 10. The shelf price, promotion, item, and customer. These values I'm providing to the input. And in function result, what I'm expecting, get value, ES value, LV string. Function, input, output. That's it. The only thing. And these are the system generated code. Only what I have to assign my input value and what I have to read my output value. And this is system generated code anywhere in SAP ABAP. Okay, we'll do the mixed part, the theoretical part, as well as the system application. The exact the workbench part also, the technical object. Theory would be the less, more could be the how to start application, how to develop the application onto the workbench, how to leverage the functionality of that BRF plus application. Okay, try to capture a couple of examples for you. I'll try to gather, especially because you have highlighted that, especially related to the HCM module. Okay, so I'll try to manage some of the best examples for you. What could be the scenario and what could I think the best ones for you? So we will start working on those applications. Apart from the standard applications, standards are always there. Apart from that, we'll discuss how you can develop your own custom application specific to HCM module, and you can leverage those applications anywhere in SAP ABAP.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary purpose of SAP BRF Plus? Option A, report design tool. Option B, data warehousing solution. Option C, business intelligence tool. Option D, enterprise resource planning system. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, looking to master supply management? Our SAP BRF Plus course is your ticket. Learn at your pace on our platform. In this course, dive deep into SAP BRF Plus. It's like a toolkit for planning, ensuring products flow smoothly. We cover it all, from the basics to savvy techniques, crafted by seasoned experts. Your mentors are pros with years of experience, ready to guide and tackle your queries. And hey, don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course. Folks just like you found it super useful. Best part? It's budget friendly. Learn without breaking the bank. Ready to rock SAP BRF Plus? Enroll now. And for more deets, peep ZaranTech's website.
Today, some more topics that we have to cover about the basic part also. Moreover, it's BRF Plus basics plus the workbench related topics as well. Okay. However, how exactly the BRF Plus works and what would be the couple of topics that we need to find out, or we need to discuss that once we started development of our application, then what would be the points that we need to take care of? Let's take an example, best practice. We used to call them as best practice, right? So some of the points that needs to be taken care before starting the development of the applications. One more topic that we initially we need to discuss, but no problem, we'll start from today itself also. Topic is BRM, business rules management. Okay. Instead, before that, before BRF Plus is when SAP HANA was introduced in 2015. BRF Plus would come into the picture in 2015 with HANA technology. Initially in ECC, BRF was there, only BRF, not BRF. And before BRF technology was introduced is somewhere 2007 or 2008. And before that, BRM will work. BRM was the original object, that not the object, BRM mechanism we are using into the system. So what exactly is BRM? Business rules management. So all the baseline of all three objects are the same. We have to manage the business rules. But there's a limitation of all the objects. BRM would come into the picture based on the paper-based rules management. So we are mapping paper-based, like our, let's say, take example of leave policy. Every organization has its own leave policy. Let's take an example, Maruti Suzuki. Okay, so Maruti Suzuki had a leave policy of earned leaves, 20 earned leaves. We are just taking an example. 20 earned leaves, for example, employees, 15 casual leaves, 5 medical leaves, 1 optional holiday, and bereavement leave, 2 bereavement leaves, and some advance leave, 20 advance leaves of 100 unpaid leaves or 200 unpaid leaves, like that. So, and you are managing times and based on your employees' timesheet also. Initially, all the policies, all the business rules are on paper base. But organization were facing the issue that how we can implement those rules into the system. We had come up with the solution. Okay, we'll try to implement. We'll give some solution to implement like managing of the TMGs, table maintenance generator. So that was also that TMGs were also get designed in such a way, like from the developers, so they can behave as a decision tables. Some decisions they can worked upon, they can with the help of the TMG, with the help of our variance maintenance. But the thing is, rules were in extensively we were not able to implement. Why? Because all are the objects that were built under the BRM concept that were completely in intake by the ABAP objects. There is no separate existence, no separate integration once you start working on a particular policy. So that policy is completely restricted to the particular object. And again, if you are working on same policy on another object, then you have to write the new rules. Rules is nothing that if and if other conditions, same like that. Same thing we are going to do into the BRF also. But thing is, once we implemented same policy into the BRF plus or BRF, that can be reusable by any ABAP object, but not into the BRM. That was completely restricted to the individual object. Then we have to go for again and again. We have to write that rules. Then BRF would come into the picture. BRF has the biggest thing is the interface was not available. How you can design your rules? Again, the limitation is we can design the same application. Reusability is also available with BRF plus, and it's webbed in pro based application initially. BRF plus is also webbed in pro application, but the thing is, reusability was also not there. The integration point is not there. Flexibility of moving the changes was not there with BRF plus. Let's say we can make our changes into customizing TR, and we can move our TR to the production system. That was not available with the BRF. Again, more features would be required by the organizations or by the customers. Then they have introduced the BRF plus. So they have integrated the CMS mechanism also. So initially in BRF plus, what we used to do, we download the application as an XML file. And then if we are going to the, let's say, quality or production system, in quality, we will again open the BRF plus or BRF Workbench and upload that XML file. Then we are able to adopt the same functionality, and rather than using the CMS mechanism or transport mechanism, we are using import and export of XML files, like in Java-based applications. We used to do like that. Java or JavaScript-based applications. We are importing some file from one system and we are uploading the file, coding file or application file to another system. Then the biggest thing was the loophole was the tracking of the application. Because if we integrate CMS mechanism, we can track each and everything. We can track the versioning of the system, right? We can make the versioning of all the applications. If biggest complex applications are moving from one of the development to quality system or production system, and import and export using the import and export functionality, we are not able to track that who had responsible for the last changes, who had made some mistake, so we can rectify. That would not be possible. But in CMS, because we are using our standard transport mechanism, that we can track easily that this is the developer or this is the functional who had created customizing TR or Workbench TR, and he had saved some functionality, and we can track easily that what could be the reason that why they had made changes and moved to the production. That's the history of the BRF plus. The integration part. Integration part is the BRF plus comes with the integration also. Let's take an example. On one hand side, BRF plus, if you remember that in enterprise portal, EP services, we used to develop either SOAP services or PIPO services. Initially, when timing and payroll was not available in SAP, that time enterprise portal services with our non-SAP developers would develop a new time-based applications, timesheet applications, and with the help of PIPO or SOAP services, we used to get integrated the data of employees with the SAP system, either the dumping of data, either the flowing of data from SAP to enterprise portal service. So then BRF would come into the picture. BRF had its own API generation functionality. We can once you are develop your application, that application had a feasibility. You can integrate same application into the backend of the system like SAP. In API management, with the help of API generation, we can integrate same application to the non-SAP world also. We can consume that system generated code. But however, because it's had a feasibility that it can work, it can provide your protocol based XML based files, XML based metadata. What is now, we'll discuss what is metadata. The XML based profile, XML based application it will generate. So web based, that is code generation, and API management, that is for the non-SAP world. So same application will interact with both of the side. As one left hand side SAP system, right hand side non-SAP world. So you can leverage that functionality. The integration, it increases the integration. Just now we had discussed the UI part. So BRF Plus had a great UI. It's a based on Webden Pro based application. Okay, it's not right now. It's not Fiori based application. It currently, as it is, Webden Pro has the base of the UI designing, because that is the FDT underscore Workbench. That's a Webden Pro application name. Or that is completely based on our Webden Pro architecture, MVC architecture. We can say that. Yeah, one more thing, metadata. Why I was talking about metadata. So metadata is about data. That was the first time concept has been released with the BRF Plus, because BRF Plus was the only application who generates the metadata. In HANA, we have come along with the CDS, AMDP, OData, and the BOPF. All those applications are also available. But initially, BRF was the first tool that were implemented based on the metadata concept. What is metadata? Data about data. Let's take an example. Pernur. PA0001 Pernur. Okay. Pernur is your metadata. And employee number 001002, that data we are saving into our PA001 table, that is data. Our technical domain, technical field or technical architecture of that particular data is a metadata, like your personal area or unit, employee name, e-name or W name, like these are all these technical fields. These are the metadata for the non-SAP world. In SAP, we used to call them as a technical fields. When it's come to the XML architecture or JSON architecture, it behaves as a metadata. And the actual data is the actual name of the employee, actual Pernur of the employee ID of the Pernur. That is the data. So when we read the XML based applications or JSON applications, what browser start reading the metadata of the file. What could be the architecture? Then it will start reading the exact data of the file. Same goes in our SAP ABAP also. Whenever I'll write my select query, I'll not read the values of the table, correct? I'll read the fields of my table. Select burner from PA0001 into my LV burner, right? The only thing is about the how we are verbiaging both the things in SAP or non-SAP world. The second thing is the expansion of the application. Metadata increases the expansion of application in the sense because SAP has its own limited world, right? Limited applications, limited tools are available. Nowadays, I'm not talking about nowadays. Initially, till the ECC was there, so limited set of rules, limited set of application, limited set of our infrastructure is there. So there's a limited interaction point with the non-SAP world. We XML based and Java based applications had reached the reach the visibility or the integration of the SAP with non-SAP world.
Okay.
Because we are more interacting with the other technologies also, and that was also the demand. In future, cloud is about to come. More powerful databases are about to come. Organizations were aware about that. They have to evolve with the new technologies, and they are seeking for the more integration, more capable features, more API based features, so they can leverage the same. They don't have to opt the another ERPs into the market like JD Edwards or other Workday like that. So they can go with the same technology with the new expanded features. The UI based in application. No need to write a single line of code when we generate a SAP BRF Plus application. We will not write a single line of code. That's why BRF Plus is able to is provided to both of the consultants, technical as functional. So any functional member can design a BRF Plus application. Any technical person can design a BRF Plus application. But the thing is, most of the times, what happen? End users are also try to develop the BRF Plus application. But SAP suggests that applications would be delivered by functional, either functional or technical. Not it should not be developed by the end users, because the reason is end users are first. The point is they are not aware about the technicalities of the SAP system. They are just users. They are just screen users. They just provide the data and click on the save button. They are not aware about the how the system will work, how system behaves at the backend. So they are not actually consultants. They are just users. So it should not be developed. They are the end users. They will use the application like any other application, but they will not develop. They can leverage the functionality, but they cannot become the owner of these applications. This next is the, because we are interacting with the crucial financial data. FICO is one of the biggest module in SAP, and everything is about the money. Everything is about finance, right? In the system. So it could be the chance they can mess up with the some of the financial entries. If they had started with the let's say even they had started with the simple application like approval of timesheet, and if something is broken, timesheet is not approved on the time within the time frame, then what could be the worst scenario? Employee will not get his salary. This is the worst scenario. If timesheet is not approved, then who would face the loss? Organization will face the loss, and employee will face the loss. So because of those severe objects, severe points, SAP had suggested not to provide the expert mode. There are two types of mode. I will come to the mode also when we start developing the application. Just provide the basic mode to the end users. An expert mode would be taken care by the technical and the functional team members. Now, what is technical and expert mode? Basic and or expert mode and basic mode. Basic mode is simply that I can access the application. You can access the application, you can provide your inputs, and you will get the out. Simple. you will not able to generate your code. You will not able to generate your APIs. You will not able to generate your download the files. You will not download upload the files. It's like that. Simply, I am using the standard SAP standard object. I cannot do anything. I can just provide the inputs and I can get the outputs. So expert mode is the actual mode. You can say that SAP had provided access into access, like a developer access. Developer access separately they have provided for the BRF plus. So expert mode is the developer mode that you can make the changes into the application. Now, what we had discussed, the expressions. Expressions are nothing like decision tables, formula, decision trees that we were discussing. Integration. BRF plus integration is now able to integrate. Let's take an example. One more. This is the example that we had discovered while implementing the GST. Okay. So our client had multiple systems. So they were for four ECC system and 24 JD AdWords. The collection of 28 ERPs. Okay. And they had in JD AdWords they had implemented the GST because the JD AdWords has the capability of the XML JSON feature. So they are directly retrieving the data from the government websites, the latest tax rates. But SAP doesn't have that feasibility. So they were expecting that we will develop a single application, either in central finance we will develop, or in SLT system we will develop, or MDG we can develop, or either one of the ERP, ECC. The same end user has the requirement, I'll change my tax rate in one of the application. And whenever I will try to utilize my same tax rate in other ECC or other ERP, other source system, which is somewhere used by the another team in another part of the world, the same rate will come into the picture. Same rate will get reflected to the particular transaction in another ERP also, and user will get changed at once at a time, and to the one would be the source application. So that time what we had done, we have implemented one BRF application, because initially rates were the hard-coded rates were provided. And nowadays APIs are also, GST APIs are available. We can directly leverage them and we can fetch the real-time data. But initially the rates were hard-coded. So what we have done, we have developed in one of the ECC system, we have develop a BRF plus a BRF application. And we had provided access to the end users with the help of the RFCs. Because decision table we had called the decision table BRF application into the one of the ABAP program and schedule that ABAP program as a proxy object. Okay. Connected, and the same proxy object we had integrated with the another ERPs, another ECC systems. So whenever the synchronous call will happen from another ECC system, so that application is calling, let's say ECC2 is calling to ECC1 with the PIPO service. In ECC we had implemented PI's class. In PI class we have called the BRF application with the given inputs and outputs. So that's how. So whenever a user will make changes into one BRF application, all other three ERPs are getting the same level of data. And now, rather than generating BRF, the proxy object, we can directly generate the BRF plus API. So we don't need to depend on the PIPO service. We can directly provide the API to SAP users or non-SAP systems also. So they can directly consume the API and everyone start getting the access. The dependency had been reduced from the PIPO or SOAP services. So we can directly leverage the function. This is the biggest feature that I had personally observed that. So same application can be shared by the multiple systems or multiple environments also. Yes, benefits that as we had discussed, it improves the collaboration with the multiple systems, reduce our time consumptions, reduce the efforts of the end users, Agility, it will decrease by how you can say that decrease the agility, that we don't need to develop the same application again and again. We don't need to write the same rules again and again. So everyone needs to be aware that a single application is available, that we can leverage that functionality of single application in any of the system or any other landscape, and we can start working on using that. Compliance, with the help of CTS, compliance will also come into the picture, that we can track the activities of the BRF plus applications, who had made the changes, why they have made the changes, we can track them. Okay, now come to the most important architecture. When we start, these are the 4 points that we have to keep in mind when before developing the application. BRF plus application completely consists of 4 main major points: rule modeler, rule repository, rule engine, and integration. Why they had provided 3 rule rated objects, rule repository points? Because this is the framework which is designed especially for the rules. Correct?
Hey there! Looking to master supply management? Our SAP BRF Plus course is your ticket. Learn at your pace on our platform. In this course, dive deep into SAP BRF Plus. It's like a toolkit for planning, ensuring products flow smoothly. We cover it all, from the basics to savvy techniques, crafted by seasoned experts. Your mentors are pros with years of experience, ready to guide and tackle your queries. And hey, don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course. Folks just like you found it super useful. Best part? It's budget friendly. Learn without breaking the bank. Ready to rock SAP BRF Plus? Enroll now. And for more deets, peep ZaranTech's website.
So, rule modeler, rule repository, rule engine, and integration layer. Now we will discuss one by one. Modeler, this is the first part. Rule modeler. Rule modeler provides you the interface. That interface is Workbench based, that is FDT_Workbench. So it provides us the interface, it provides us the landscape where we can generate our application, we can edit our features, we can create our code generation, we can develop our APIs, we can download the files, we can do the CTS mechanism, we can switch from basis mode to the expert mode, and we can control our technical object. So we can design our application. That is rule modeler. Repository. Central repository had been provided by the BRF Plus. And the same, whenever I try to run the BRF Plus transaction into our GUI, so same time it will trigger all the BRF Plus applications, which are either it could be standard applications delivered by SAP or the custom application that we had developed. Plus, it will immediately call the rule repository. Now, what is rule repository? If you remember that we used to call the ABAP repository or services repository. SAP had its own multiple repositories are available. Either it's a ABAP repository, it's a service-based repository, or document management system. There are DMS repositories are available. So one more repository they had introduced, that is rule repository, which is completely restricted for the rule management of the BRF Plus. Okay. So whenever I call the BRF application, let's say I'm calling SC38 program. I'm just calling a custom program SC38. So what exactly happens when I call the SC38 transaction? Entire SAP system knows that this is the particular user, Goldie is the user, and he is calling SC38. It means he is trying to find out something ABAP object. He's trying to access some ABAP repository. If I call the S proxy transaction, particular session will switch that this transaction, Goldie is the user, S proxy is the transaction, is trying to find out something from the enterprise service repository. It will pick the structural organization. Yeah. Along with that, system knows that on one session he is accessing the ABAP repository. On one session, he is accessing the enterprise services repository. If I go to the DMS, so the system knows that particularly at given period of time, particular point of the time, my user is accessing the repository. So it balances the load of the users. So if someone is same time, if you try to access the same transaction, we had there's a locking mechanism of SAP, right? If you try to find the PA20, PA30, there's another user will not able to edit the same employee, correct? So locking mechanism and backend locking mechanism works based on the repositories. It completely locked out the repositories, then only based on the objects, then your locking mechanism will enter the picture, and then we are able to access the applications. So generally ABAPers used to write only the basics of the lock mechanisms, but when it comes to the database level locking of the objects, it will become as a NQ and DQ feature of your repository. So we cannot lock the database, because if we lock the database, the system will fall down. We are just locking down the repositories of that particular object. So particular object will get locked. You will complete your activity, you will save the transaction, and automatically object will get and de-released from the repository. And if I lock the database, only you will able to access the database. No one able to, even on one hand side, you are creating PA20 employee, you are editing some employee master data. On one hand side, I am creating one sales order, and employee had one of any other ABAP developer had put lock onto the database. So what would happen? You will able to change the master data, but I will not able to create the sales order data, because you had come first. So database is locked for yourself only until unless you will release your transaction. I will not able to create this. Forget about the sales order. I will not able to run my transaction VA01 also, because VA01 is saved my database, and my database is completely locked by you. That's why locking will come into the picture and to the repository level. And so now the thing is, why SAP had not used the ABAP repository? Unlike it's just an ABAP object, right? BRF Plus is web intro base. It's nothing like the object, technical object. So why they haven't used the ABAP repository? Why they have created the separate rule repository? Thing is, again, same application we have to use the multiple places, and ABAP objects has a limitation. It's not possible to leverage the same ABAP object in multiple places until unless it is designed for the reusability. Correct? Let's say function module or class. Function modules and class are designed in such a way that we can leverage the same function module anywhere into the system. Classes are designed in such a way that we can utilize the class in any of the ABAP object, but not SE38 program. We cannot call SE38 program into workflow. We cannot call SE38 program into the body. We cannot call SE38 program into the user exits. That's why they had come into the feature. Rules would be separate, because they always with the part of the reusability. 100% they can be reusable. Any other application, same rule can be used by multiple BRF applications. Same rule repository can be accessed by the one application. Same rules can be accessible by the multiple target systems. Next point is rule engine. What is rule engine? Rule engine is the component that you can say that like a machine. Because in simple layman language, treat it as a machine. Okay, you are giving some inputs, machine is working, and it's giving you the output. So engine is working in the same way. We are giving the context. BRF plus context is your inputs, result is your output. We are giving the inputs. Engine is working, doing some calculation with the help of expressions, either decision tree, formula, or decision tables, or select queries, or it could be anything. And doing some processing and just returning your output. Rule engine is the collection of rule sets, rules, expressions, inputs, and outputs. So first thing, whenever we start the rule engine, we will not, BRF plus will start the rule engine. First, it will check the input parameters. It will check the rule sets. Then it will check the rules. Then it will go for the expressions. Then it will generate your output. This is how your rule engine works. Let's come to the integration layer. Integration layer, as we had discussed, we can integrate the same application to the multiple business processes, or known as a world also. It depends upon to us that how we want to leverage the functionality of same application with n number of scenarios. Use cases, define business rules, deploy and monitor, and test and validate. Same like any other object, create a new object, gather the business requirement, which is identify use case, create new application, new ELV report, define business rules, test and validate by the technical unit testing by the developer, and functional testing by the system testing by the functional team members, deploy it to production and monitor. Same like any other web object. Everything is same. Identify the use case means identify the business policies from the end users, because those are the use cases. Create your business rules, create your business rule sets, leverage the functionality of expressions, get your inputs, get your outputs, and integration. Simple, step by steps. Validation, test and validation with your test data provided by the end users also, or we can generate our custom data also for testing that functionality. Then with the help of CTS mechanism, deployment, either it could be the deployment to the quality or any other application or any other landscape. Yes, in deployment, let me tell you, I initially remember that I had discussed the import export functionality, right? Importing file into the XML, and the same XML will file get uploaded to the another quality system and development production system. One of the biggest benefit, one of the loophole is that we cannot track that activity, that who had made the changes and who had deployed the application to the production, because there is no CMS mechanism. The best advantage of that import and export functionality is, let's say you had developed this BRF plus application in ECC. Okay. Now your organization had decided to move to your system to the S4HANA. And while migrating your custom objects to S4HANA, you can migrate your ABAP repository objects only. Move your enterprise repositories. You cannot move your master data. You cannot move your transactional data. Like it's not like that. Migration activity is the complete different theory. We go with the LTMCs and LSMWs, BDCs. That's a separate thing. But you have to develop the new object in the target system, right? If I am migrating my master data, I have to develop a new object, either a BDC, either LSMW, or either I will go with a rapid migration tool. Correct? The new object will come into the picture. If I am migrating my ABAP code, then both system needs to be integrated and my custom code migration Fiori application needs to be triggered. Only then I will able to move my code, existing ABAP code. Now, what about the rule engine? Who will take care of the rule objects? If my 28 ERPs I'm using, so I had defined 500 BRF applications. How would I migrate them? The thing is export import functionality. However, we do have to do it one by one, but mechanism of moving from one system to another, At that point of time, I'm completely aware that as a technical architect, I'm completely aware that we are migrating from the server. We are migrating to the new technology. Entire ECC is migrating. So at this point, I'm aware that we are migrating 500 applications. But moving into a single landscape development to production, that would become a difficult point. But right now I am moving all the objects. So I'm aware that we are moving from one system to another. So we can download all the files. We can upload the same files into the new system. I'm immediately within a matter of seconds, my application is available, ready to use. Tried that ABAP piece of code. Generally, what is happening in migrating ABAP ECC code to the S4HANA ABAP code? We have to run the performance check because there's of the latest syntaxes. Latest OpenSQL statements are available. So when we are migrating from ECC to HANA, so lots of checks we have to validate before adapting that code into the HANA database. So only then we are allowing to move the object. Otherwise, the object will not allow. It will stay into the ECC system. Either create a new one or make the changes as per the HANA database required. Otherwise, let it be. We will develop a new object. But that is not required into the business rules. Now, why it's not required? Biggest question. Same application which is running onto the ECC also, and same application we are trying to run onto the HANA also. Biggest question is why it's not required? Why no checks are required? Without, even if I migrate some master data, let's say employee master data, I have to do some data massaging. I have to do some data validation. Without validating, I will not move any single master data item to the production, to the S4HANA system. Correct? So, and in BRF, we are moving a technical object. Still, we are not making any changes. Still, we are not validating anything. Why we are not validating anything? Biggest question is BRF plus applications. As I said earlier, we are not writing a single line of code. We are just designing the application, and application is adopting the features as per the ECC. If application is designed on the ECC system, then it's adopting the technical features of the ECC. We are coming to the standard point also. So in ECC, there standard applications are there. In S4HANA, standard applications are there. We will download the latest version from the SAP support launchpad. We will download the latest version of applications as per the HANA versioning. Custom, we are just deploying we are downloading from there and we are uploading here. Now come to the custom fields, which are not available, right? If I have developed my BRF application and some of the custom info type fields are not available, then what could be the wrong? Same goes like for the ABAP program also. The first activity, enhance the info type, only your ABAP piece code will work, correct? Same goes for the BRF plus also. Technical artifacts should be there. DDIC architecture should be there. Doesn't matter data is available or not. DDIC architecture should be available for ABAP objects also. DDIC architecture should be available for our BRF plus application also. Until unless those are available, we cannot start leveraging that. And that's generally we do. Before going for the new system, the first part is the DDIC structure. We have to map the structures of both the systems. This is the first activity ABAPers will do. Either creation of the new info type, either enhancing the existing standard info type features, or creating the new ones, or enhancing other sales transactions, or enhancement is the first part that we start working with the new system. So that's how our landscape will work. We have to leverage the single point of source, single object into multiple ERPs, multiple places, multiple objects. So any point of time, I'll change my data into one place. I can change my functionality in one place, and that can be leveraged leveraged by the all the other technical objects. So we can, why reusability? I'm talking about the reusability because the thing is, policy is not defined for one person. Policy is defined for all the organization members. Let's say, I'll give you an example. Purchasing is one of the process. So till 10 lakh rupees, my my senior manager can approve and PR can be released to the vendor. Till 50 lakh rupees, my general manager will able to access. On above of the 50 lakh rupees, like 1 crore, 2 crore, 3, 4, 5, 6, it could be anything, any number. Only my CFO is allowed to take the decision. So that's a single way. There's a single policy is designed by the organization, and everyone has to follow that rule. Correct? There is no if and if condition is there. This is the rule. This is the policy. 10 lakh rupees manager, 50 lakh rupees general manager or PR manager. Above more than 50 lakh rupees, CFO would be the approver. This is a standard rule. And even CFO is on leave. They have to approve that. They have to access their laptop or whatever the device they are using, mobile, tablet, laptop, desktop, whatever it is. They have to either accept that or they have to reject that. They have to take the decision. But this is the policy. It's not possible that CFO would forward his workflow item to Goldie, subordinate charge. It could be the chance that he had shared his credentials to someone and they are approving with the help of that. That could be the human interchanging that we can do that. But at the end of the day, who is approving? The CFO. And that's the standard rule. So same policies needs to be executed into the entire system rather than implementing one by one. One more example, I'll give you one more example. Let's say in project system, we are creating revenue projects, cost projects, bench projects. Okay, 3 type of projects we are creating. Example, I am billing my resources. My resources are working for some another organization like Cargill. They are working for Cargill on some implementation project is going on. My 500 resources are working on that, and I have to bill to the Cargill. And all these 500 resources are allocated to the revenue project. Timesheets are also getting filled and approved by their managers, Cargill managers. The same timesheet we are uploading into the ECC in our CAT-SGB database or whatever it is. That same data we are uploading here, and we are getting that while publishing my sales order. Instead of material, what I am billing? I am billing employees. Because I have to create a sales order for my material. And what is the material for me? Because I'm not producing anything, right? Material for me is my employee. My employee, I'm selling the services of my employee. So instead of material, I'll provide the employee number. But employee number, it will not accept. So there is a separate mechanism mapping of employee to material that we can use that employee as a material, and we will generate a sales order. But that's a standard feature that we have to use. Single rule that we are using. So same employee we are leveraging into my project system. Same employee we are leveraging while my creating sales order. Same employee in purchasing. When in purchasing, if I go to the purchasing, so what I'm purchasing from the market, I'm not purchasing any material. I am purchasing the services of an employee, of an individual person from the market, as a vendor, as a contractor, or as a subcon employee, or as a permanent employee. So in purchasing module, as a material, employee would become as a material. In sales, my material, the same material will flow to the sales, and I will sell the same material to the different customer. If I am generating some revenue, then it will leverage into my revenue project system. It will reflect as a project revenue project cost for that particular employee into my project system. And what's the core data? That is my employee master. So that's the standard rule we can define. If I go for the actual material, same how material will work. That's how BRF application would work out. Same leveragation, or you can say the verbiages might be different. Same reusability feature that we have to implement into the entire landscape. Doesn't matter single ERP, doesn't matter n number of ERPs. So organization want, if I implement my one policy in one system, that should be applicable to my all the landscapes. I'm not going to ask to another system, okay, why this is not implemented? Why my same policy is not working in another system? Why my same policy is not working in another system? Because business rules, policies, terms and conditions, what could be the another words also might be I'm not aware, but all these baseline documents, baseline words, baseline conditions should be applicable to all employees, all business structure, all line of businesses, all standard infrastructure systems. That's why entire BRF plus would come into the picture to streamline the policies of the business into the system. So I hope it gives you more insights. The what is BRF? BRF is used. How we can leverage the functionality of BRF, and the pros and cons of BRM, BRF, and BRF plus.
Hey there! Looking to master supply management? Our SAP BRF Plus course is your ticket. Learn at your pace on our platform. In this course, dive deep into SAP BRF Plus. It's like a toolkit for planning, ensuring products flow smoothly. We cover it all, from the basics to savvy techniques, crafted by seasoned experts. Your mentors are pros with years of experience, ready to guide and tackle your queries. And hey, don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course. Folks just like you found it super useful. Best part? It's budget friendly. Learn without breaking the bank. Ready to rock SAP BRF Plus? Enroll now. And for more deets, peep ZaranTech's website.
So first, let's have a look how our transactions work. What is exactly the topic that we are discussing, the BRF plus? What exactly Workbench looks like? Then we'll cover the data model part. This is our system, let's say HANA system, providing credentials here, and transaction is BRF plus. It will be a browser-based application because it's a Web.Pro base. So this is the transaction. If you can see that FDT underscore WD underscore Workbench. This is the actual SAP Web.Pro component name. FDT underscore WD underscore Workbench. So it already says that Web.Pro SAP FDT, right? So it's a Web.Pro application. So there are two modes that we usually we need to work upon. One is simple mode. The another one is the expert mode. Simple mode means end users mode. They can use this mode to maintain some data, okay, or to change some validations like that. Some minor changes. At expert mode means technical mode. You can create the application, you can move application, you can design application, you can delete application like that. So basically, you can say that in simple mode, just display access. In expert mode, you have create and change access for all the applications. For not only all the applications, all the settings also. So in personalization mode, we do have, if we create applications, then all the applications would be available here on the left hand side. Creation of application Workbench. Let's see that the word open object, show current objects in repository, add current objects to your favorites, create application, navigation panel width, decrease, hide, logo. These type of features that we are available into this Workbench. So if existing object that we are working upon, that we can directly open that object. If you want to see the repository, the BRF repository, that we can directly reach out to that. If some any object that we had marked as our particular favorites for this particular user, then we can mark those and we can access them also. creation of application, that type of features. If we go to the tools, this is the most important part. Application level administration. Let's select application level administration. There are a couple of operations that we can perform here. Operations are delete unused objects, delete objects marked for deletion, discard old object versions, clean up database, reorganize objects, and delete clean traces. So what actually happens when we move these applications to the production environment? Sometimes caches will occur because these are XML based applications, and those applications will eventually get run onto the XML as well as on ABAP as well. So it increases the chance that cache memory will get messed up with some garbage data or incorrect information like that. So more cache consumption means less performance of your application. So that's why they had provided couple of operations. That unwanted object, let's say we have developed some object long back, and it's not, and you no one is using that object. So we can delete that object directly, or we can mark, because initially what happened, SAP BRF guidelines, as per BRF guideline, what generally we do in ABAP, if you remember that, if you're on SAP ABAP, let's take an example, ABAP program is there, okay, and the program is no more useful. So what generally ABAPers do, they directly delete the program, correct? Any other object also, like program, table, or it could be anything. Directly we can delete. But BRF Plus suggests that before deleting the object, just mark that object as a deletion. Mark that object as a deletion for 30 days. Then it will automatically will be wiped out from your series. And the object will be automatically get permanently deleted from your repository. So till the time, if you have any chance that you might go any requirement that object you had created, that you need to access that, so at least you had some 30 days window that you can leverage that window, you can use that object. So instead of direct deleting, use the feature of marked as deletion, not the direct deletion. It's up to you that we can directly delete the objects, but they had given the flexibility, mark the deletion, and let it be for the 30 days.
Okay, got it.
Okay. But this flexibility is not available into the other ABAP objects. Cleanup of databases. Cleanup of databases means, because in expressions, we do have lots of expressions here. So one of the expression is the select query. Select data from the database. Okay, we are fetching data from the database.
Okay.
So when fetching the data, the select query is responsible for the recording, records, fetching the records. So it fetch the garbage value also. And this garbage values get stored into the XML based application, which is BRF. That's why we need to regularly, on a monthly basis or quarterly basis, we need to perform the application administration level activity, that clean up the database, reorganize the objects, delete the lean traces, discard old object versions. If we are not aware about the versioning of the objects, then let it be discarding of old work, or the deletion of the unused objects. Application usage. There are lots of standard applications. We have actually I have to find out some S user ID, because this is my personal laptop and S user ID will not working into that. So from the support launchpad, our SAP, usual SAP support launchpad, we have to download the applications. Those applications, we can fetch the progress of those applications, that what all applications that we are currently using into this. Let's say we have downloaded 50 applications. Okay. And out of 50, only 20 applications are in use. 30 applications are not in use. That kind of application usage, like ABAP program uses or transactional uses. Basis team used to provide a report on yearly basis. This transaction is not been used since 1 year. They used to provide the object list. So
Okay.
we can take the decision, we can wipe out the objects based on the discussion with the management. Okay, this is the program that we had developed 1 year back for some utility or some requirement as per that duration. But now it's not required. Can we ignore this object and can we delete this object because it's unused now? So that kind of analysis can be done with the help of the I think some progress is going on. Let's wait for the next couple of seconds. Collection of your all the objects, your settings, your configuration, your coding, your input, your output. Application is a set. Application is a set of your entire functionality.
Okay.
For starting from input, and the end would be your output. Whatever the rules that say you have some conditions. If hours is more than 50 hours,
Yes.
then it would be behave. Then this would be the output. If
Okay.
hours is less than 50, then this would be the condition.
Okay. Okay.
That kind of rules that we are going to develop. Tracing of applications. Tracing means in SAP ABAP, we do have flexibility of the debugging. This is XML based application, so we have the flexibility of tracing the steps.
Okay.
Step by step, it will provide the steps that we are executing here. It will provide you the list of steps or the trace steps in plain English, in layman English. So we can easily find out what exactly tracing, what exactly we are trying to find out, and what exactly that he is about to say. Mass change. Generally, we do not do this activity. Mass change means we are changing all the applications at a mass level. All the standard applications or custom applications. Then we are defining, we are changing some access level for all the applications. We are changing versioning of all the applications, and we are performing at the mass level. It should not be happen by any developer, at least in the production environment. And in development, it's okay. Development, it's okay. Quality is done, but should not be done into the production. Simulation means your execution. There are a couple of modes are available. We can directly execute the expression also. We can directly execute the action also. We can select our object name, interpretation mode, generation mode, and then we can execute our simulation mode, or the individual execution simulation is also possible. Transport analysis, like the transport CTS mechanism. Our CTS mechanism we can track here. RFC, function module generation. Yes. Now these are the most important topics, RFC and web services. So RFC generation means we have developed the application, this BRF application. Now, this application, we have two options. Either I'll copy paste the ABAP code of this application into my function module and generate my RFC. And then that RFC will get consumed by the non-SAP system. Correct? We can access the RFC from a non-SAP world with the help of SAP Java connector, and we can access the data. Anyone can read the data from the SAP system. This is the one of the step. Instead of writing the code, instead of developing the RFC from my own, I can directly generate RFC from here. So this application will generate RFC on behalf of my manual steps. I'll select my function module, the function that that is generated into this application. I'll create my function module here, create function group, function module name, preferred. If something is there, preferable text is there, that way I can provide my transport request, packages, and I can generate my RFC. So rather than following the manual steps, I can directly work from here. And same RFC will get consumed by the Java connector and other applications. Or the another feature is web service generation. Web service generation, again, XML based or JSON based web services. So directly this BRF application will get converted into the web service. So, and if web services get generated because it's XML based, so anyone can consume that web service and we can start working with them. That's why I was saying same application can be consumed in a web and same application can be exposed to the non-SAP world. This is the best advantage of the BRF plus. A single object can be can be used in two ways. Apart from that, any other ABAP object, SAP object cannot be used in two ways. This is the only object that we can leverage this functionality on both ends, non-SAP side and SAP side. XML export and XML import.
Okay.
Export and import functionalities. Let's say we have to download, we have to work on some standard application. So what SAP had done, they have in support launchpad, they had provided some notes. In notes, they had provided the attachments, the file attachments. We have to download those attachments as an XML file. Then we have to import those XML file into here. Unlike any other standard application in SAP, these standard applications that we have to download as per our requirement, as per the standard note, only then we will able to access them. Otherwise, the repository is completely blank. This is the repository that I have selected. No data available into this repository. So no standard application. Even standard applications are not available. If I have to access the standard one, first I have to download from there. Then I will upload the XML file here, XML import. No, what exactly happened? Because BRF is never integrated part of SAP. Correct?
Yeah, that is right.
So the technology will come into the 2007 onwards, and 2015 onwards, the BRF Plus would come into the picture. Because it was not always the integration part of the activity, then how they would develop the application. And because this is XML based applications, so XML based objects cannot be stored into the ABAP repository because ABAP repository will not accept XML based applications.
Right.
That's why what they had done, if you had requirement, they had released the notes, directly go to the launchpad, directly download the file and upload here. So they had provided the list, they have provided the notes list, and mostly the list is provided by for the SD module and MM, sales and purchase.
Okay.
Sales and purchase process. And some of the notes are available for the TRM module also, tax and revenue management, treasury and revenue management.
Okay.
Now let's say if we are not aware about our transport mechanism, something had broken down, or we have messed up with the transport request. What could we do? Our transport request is not in sequence. It could be anything. It could be another reason. Correct. Another feature we do have. Let's say your application is available in development system and it's working fine, but we have messed up the transport request. Correct. So what we can do, we can directly export our application here in the XML format in our local machine. Now we'll log in into the quality system. This is development client. This is development client 900. Okay. Now I will while log in into my quality or production, run the same transaction BRF plus, and I will upload my application into the XML with the help of XML import. So apart from the standard transport mechanism, we do have flexibility of XML import and XML export also. Ideally, this is for the standard applications, but if the flexibility is available, then why not to use them? Correct.
Right.
If the flexibility is provided for standard application, we can use that for the custom also. So this is the another way that we can leverage this functionality of importing and exporting of the applications or files from one system or from one environment to the another environment. But the only thing is, once we use this export import, there would not be the trace of the transport mechanism, unlike that transport analysis, our CTS mechanism, right? Because this is the manual activity that we are doing. So this should be the first priority, top priority transport. Otherwise, if something is wrong and we have to fix it on the priority, then we can also go with the XML export and import functionality. Now let's come to the application. This is the first part, that once we select the application mode, just simply the minimal parameters that we have to provide. Example Z demo BRF 1. Shortcut text new BRF plus application for demo. We do have three categories. Like, are we going with the master data, customizing, and system is Workbench. So what kind of application that we are deriving here? Master data means like our standard employee master data or sales master data or purchasing master data. For that kind of categorization we are going to provide, or some simple customizing application, or it's a complete Workbench application. If you are not aware about that, what needs to be select, then let it be.
Okay.
It will automatically choose the customizing one. If you want to go with the local application like local package, then we can go ahead with that also. Otherwise, leave it. Transport request is not available here. So I need to create one TR. As soon as I select my TR, the application is ready for the next steps. Just save and activate. All the features are same. Display, check, save, activate, transport mechanism, delete, and others, code comparison, like mark as obsolete, mark as delete, those type of features. Most of the features are similar to our ABAP objects. Most of the features. Okay. The advanced settings are also there, but it again depends on the requirement, that how much that we are going to use these administrator level settings. But if you are not aware about these settings, like development, what is development package? But I'm aware about the development package, the SC21 package. If you are not aware, then let it be. Because if these applications are delivered by the ABAP developer, then they will provide each and every component, but they know the default settings of the system. What would be the setting that we have to do when we are moving objects? What would be the contained objects list? What would be the miscellaneous settings? So now application is ready. But still lots of activities needs to be done here. Now we have to right click on our application. Okay. Again, same features, most of the same features are available that we had discussed upon in the tools part. Now come to the create. In create, we do have list of objects that we are going to work upon. Application is already developed. We had already developed the application. We can create the actions. These are the standard actions are provided by the SAP.
Okay.
FSCM, mostly these are from the FSCM module. finance and something like that. TRM, like TRM module related actions are there. You can keep going. Workflow related actions are there. Workflow related objects are there, like start workflow, trigger workflow, send email, logging the message, call procedure. Database objects are there. Data objects
Mm-hmm.
are there. We can develop. This is the biggest part that we have to work upon. Expressions. Expressions are your actual calculators. Logical part. Boolean expression or your case statements, your contact information, notification, create service order, lookup, decision tables. So basically, what exactly is expression? Expression is the, you can say, the graphical version of your ABAP code
Okay.
rather than writing the code into your plain syntax. Let me explain you. So in generally, when we used to write any ABAP code and a select query,
Mm-hmm.
so select partner from PA0001 into LV underscore partner.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I will not fetch partner, I will fetch ename. LV ename where partner is equal to 01 and ANDA is equal to double line 1231. Correct? We always
Mm-hmm.
select the end date data.
Mm-hmm.
And the data, correct? In select in HR master. The best practice that we have to follow in HCM module. So what exactly we have done? Select fetch ename field from the table PA0001 where partner employee ID is 01 and the latest record as per the ANDA into my field LV ename. This is the syntax statement that we use into the ABAP programming code. When we talk about the BRF application, we don't need to write the these type of syntaxes. Instead of syntax, we have something called database lookup. Let's say feature is same. Select query is already started. Can you see that? And same thing what I have written here. Select all entries from the table name PA0001 with condition. Condition is not assigned. Right now, I haven't created another expressions also. So I cannot assign my the where conditions. I have to
Mm-hmm.
create my result table. I have to create my input condition. Then we can see the selection mode. There are three selection modes are there. Like three selection mode means our size of RC check.
Mm-hmm.
In
Okay.
size of RC like 0, it means we got the data. If we are getting
Right.
size of RC 4 or 8, the existing check and aggregation check and the data retrieval check. When we are writing the code, we are writing our selection mode here. We are writing our database lookup. We can individually run this query here, and we can see that whether this query is working fine or not.
Okay.
Either we are getting the required data or not. Rather than executing the entire application and then going for the tracing, then we read the steps. Instead of that, we can directly execute our expression here individually. Are we getting the expected output or not? So let's say I'll click on start simulation. So what does it say? Oh, fetch data has been saved. You want to save? Yes. So this has been selected. Let's say continue. Fetch data expression not result data object not assigned. That is correct because we haven't assigned anything in the into.
Mm-hmm.
What's the variable name here is LV name into. In into I have provided LV name, but in this into I haven't provided anything. So right now it's showing error. System had already started the logging of your files. It's a standard feature that
Right.
today someone had at around some time they had made some changes, and where they have made the changes in fetch data, database lookup, fetch data, database lookup on 21st June 2023. Last change by timing, date, timing, and the user ID. Transportable object. It's still inactive because I haven't make it active. It's just in save. It's inactive. This icon shows you the active, and blue icon, this is still inactive object. Fetch the data from the database, any table. All the standard master are available. Your standard tables are already there. Okay.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
if you had created the custom one, then automatically you can find your custom table name here.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You just need to search that. Let's say type name HRP 1001. HRP 1001 is there. Or if I need to fetch, let's say some Z table is there. Try to find out some Z object. Yes, your Z, someone has, because it's a trainer server, so might be someone had created these for the training requirement, like leave data, instructor allotment, whatever it is, customer master details, all these, all the clusters. Clustering reading is not possible, right? What was the name? PCL? PCL2. Yes. Goes in a ABAP object when we fetch the data from the clusters. Then we have the different set of query. We cannot write direct select statement on PCL2. We have to use the standard function module, HR read DB info type, like something like that. Then only we can read the cluster, these cluster table data. Now you have the flexibility. There are two options are available. Select single item, like single set of record, or select all the entries. So there are only two options. Unlike I have fetched only one field. So there are three things: field, one particular field, structure, internal table. So there are three type of runtime variables into the any programming language. Let's say I have to perform work on only one variable. It would be it would called as a single variable, or you can say the single field. Now structure is collection of fields. Fields. Structure. Internal table. So your ename is a single field. Burner is a single field. Enda is a single field. When we merge all of them, it would become as a structure. Now I'll merge all of them in a tabular format. It would become as an internal table.
Okay.
So if I have to work on single field, no need to fetch the entire data, correct? Work on a single field, then what would I do with this internal table data? This is useless for me. Even if I need to work on a single field, this structured data is also useless for me. But again, depend on the requirement, whether you need a single field or you need multiple fields of a same table, but not multiple entries. Multiple fields, but not multiple entries. Now, Internal table means multiple entries as well as multiple fields. Now, what does it says here? All entries means irrespective of any column. We are fetching all the columns, all the records. We are fetching all the columns, all the records. 156, 157 fields of PA0001 and the 5,000 records of PA0001. Aggregate, select single entry. Single entry means all the fields of the PA0001, but only one entry, particular one row. Third option is not available here. You cannot fetch the single field. Yeah, this field, this functionality is not available. Either you have minimum, bare minimum, you have to fetch the at least one line item. Only then you can work the bot. So at least you have to fetch the single record, all the data. Select entire dump into your runtime table. Basically, we are converting our ABAP editor based conversions into the ABAP based syntaxes into the UI based syntax. So that's why SAP says that not only ABAPers can develop, any functional team member, functional consultants also can develop these applications with some bare minimum knowledge of the expressions, like what exactly they can do and they can work upon. So there, in backend, we do have flexibility of internal table. ABAPers usually play with these tables. They fetch the data, they will loop the data, they read the data, merge, append, delete, sort, these type of statements. And then we finally got the required set of data. These calculations might be hard for the functional consultants and our end users. They will not able to understand because this is completely hardcore technical thing. So what they had provided, the another option they had, instead of this, the playing with the hardcore tables, they had given the flexibility of decision table. The decision table, rather than playing that much calculation, our consultants, our functional and end users, they can create the decision table and they can fill up the decision table with some data and they can directly get the required output instead of the more complex calculation at the backend level. The system will take care of you. When you create the decision table, system will generate the backend code. BRF Plus will take care for you that, okay, I'll provide the code from here and we will create the decision table. Loop conditions are still available. But again, if you have to reach to that complex level of application, then we do have flexibility of loop level, procedure call, random number is number series, functional calling, dynamic programming, or what was that? The procedure, yes. BRMS connector, business rule management system connector. In JD, I think JD Edwards or Workday, there is a tool like rule management system.
Okay.
And I'm not sure about Workday, but JD Edwards, yes, 100%. Rule management system is there. So they had SAP had provided a flexibility. We can integrate our BRF Plus application to another BRMS of another ERPs also. Why they had provided this? Because let's say JD, some example, Cargill is the client, okay, and their main ERP is the JD Edwards. The centralized repository system is the JD Edwards, and on top, on the underline that, child systems are SAP, but the parent ERP is JD Edwards. So we can adopt the functionalities from the JD Edwards directly with the help of this connector, or vice versa. Let's say SAP system is the parent system and another ERPs are the child system. And we have to provide our features to the child's ERPs. Then they can also get connected with the help of the BRMS connector.
Okay.
They can also adapt the features. They can also Because what does it mean that they're adapting the feature? The application is already available into the centralized repository, the parent system. We are just leveraging the same policies into the child ERPs. Correct? That's the concept behind the maintaining of the policies at a centralized level. So everyone can leverage, all the ERPs or the other system, non-ERP system also can leverage these policies, these rule managements. This was not earlier TRM method call. Earlier 2017, 2016, it was not there, but now they had created extra expression specifically for the TRM module. I'm not sure what was the requirement, but initially this was not there. Retrieve BO data, this was also not there, because it was not able to read the BO is our BIBW. This is the BIBW data. So we can integrate our service adoption. I'm not sure what exactly this, how it works, but let's see how we can try to find out. Runtime tables calculation. Yes, once you read your data, select all entries, then you will read your data into the internal table. Correct?
Okay. Yes.
Then you have to start playing with your internal table data into the application. You are performing some operations on your table. Table operation 1. Has not exactly, less than, more than, no, count, minimum. But for these, what is the baseline? What we have to do? We should have the data. Correct?
Yeah, we should have. Yeah, we should have the data. Yes.
Yes. And how we'll get the data? We'll get the data from the DB lookup. So once we assign our internal table here into condition, then it will automatically be available into y the here. Once we will to provide the table name at that place and to my DB lookup, the table name automatically will start populating here. So I will select the table name and it will check that, and you can start your condition, whatever the condition that you want to check, that has exactly or count, minimum, max. Deleting is sorting is also sorting. I would request do not use all three. Only in runtime values. Not doesn't it will not impact your database. Yeah, only your runtime data. But still, I will request you do not use this. Otherwise, might if your query, if you are writing query the expression in such a way, designing in such a way, then it's required to delete those lines. Then it's okay. But try to avoid use the delete query, because delete query has some hard punch onto a database level. Hard injection, we used to call that. Always try to avoid use the delete either into the it's a graphical level, it's okay, but at the back end it's going to insert some piece of code into the DB. We are deleting the data at the runtime altogether. Doesn't matter altogether in runtime or DB level, but still it will affect something into the backend. It will not delete your data, and it will 100% sure it will not delete your exact original database data, but it impacts the database performance. First, you have to fetch the data, DB lookup, PCL2. There are two queries that so first DB lookup you have to create for the PA01. Then you have to create one more DB lookup for your PCL2. So two database lookup you have to develop.
Okay, so fetch data and fetch data 1.
Fetch data and fetch data 1. So fetch data PA0001 or you can say fetch PA0001, fetch PCL. So there would be
Okay.
two internal tables and two main database tables. Then you will get the two set of data in separate internal tables. Rather than performing operations, I would suggest you, let's say I'll select has exactly. You can match your conditions here, because right now I haven't provided any table, right? But it already started the conditions. If table PA0001 has exactly 1000 records, then return to Boolean. Again, it's depend on how you want to go deep dive into the more and more conditions. You can create other conditions also, or you can go with the another operations. Or decision table. No, in decision table again you have to create fields. No, let it be. The table operation would be okay. But again, these are just runtime operation expressions that I had demonstrated today. The exact, this is not the exact way that we have to design the application. These are just for the today's demo purpose, that how we can create expressions and what could be the features that are available into the expression. Different, a couple of expressions. Now, what exactly we have to develop when we start working on the application? So the steps are: first we create application, then we create function, then we create rule sets, then we create rules, and in those rules we will use our expressions. So this is the step that we have to run. So the step is application, rule set, application, function, rule set, rule, expressions.
Okay.
Okay, this is the steps that you have to follow. And if you see in the architecture also, initial architecture that defines same thing. First we have to create application. Under application there is a function. Under function there is a rule set. Rule set is the collection of multiple rules, is the collection of multiple expressions. And if we work on the expressions, we have to create the database objects. Now what is database objects? That we had discussed just now. Field structure and internal tables.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a component of SAP BRF Plus? Option A, Workbench. Option B, Info Provider. Option C, Query Designer. Option D, ABAP Dictionary. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, looking to master supply management? Our SAP BRF Plus course is your ticket. Learn at your pace on our platform. In this course, dive deep into SAP BRF Plus. It's like a toolkit for planning, ensuring products flow smoothly. We cover it all, from the basics to savvy techniques, crafted by seasoned experts. Your mentors are pros with years of experience, ready to guide and tackle your queries. And hey, don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course. Folks just like you found it super useful. Best part? It's budget friendly. Learn without breaking the bank. Ready to rock SAP BRF Plus? Enroll now. And for more deets, peep ZaranTech's website.
So today's topic would be the data models. What would be the data models and how those data models are responsible for a successful BRF Plus application. Actually, these data models are also would get designed into the SAP ABAP also, ABAP programming language as well. Not only web programming language, all the programming languages. These are the runtime values. Runtime helping variables or structures or internal tables. So we can manipulate our data, we can do some calculation, and finally we get the expected output. So you can say the runtime variables, those helps us to perform some activity, to perform some mathematical calculation or some logical calculation. some authoritative calculation like that, or some computational part, and then we leave these variables as it is into the program, as it is in the application, and map our output to the final structure, and then we as per the expected output. I had opened that slide. Yes. BRF plus overview. What we'll start from the data model part. These are the basically the runtime variables or runtime structures which helps us to define, to execute, and to get the expected output. Now
Okay.
let's understand into the simple programming language, simple language as a layman language. Okay. So remember that you had discussed variable structure and internal table, correct? Like personal area, persa works, yes. Or we can say that employee group, PRSG. So this will become a, let me complete, then we'll start. Variable, it would be a single value.
Okay.
If I need to declare one variable into SAP ABAP, then the syntax would be data LV underscore pernor. And what would be the pernor for the personal number? I'll go here and check PERSNO.
Okay.
So this would be my data declaration. So I was preparing this Excel. I'm just declaring, let's say, declare a single variable into ABAP programming language. So this would be the syntax, because this is a complete single variable that I am declaring. Now let's say, let's take an example. I have to fetch only pernor, or I'll say ename. Ename would be okay. LV ename. I want to fetch the name of the employee based on the employee ID. So if I go here, so what would be my select query? Select ename from PA0001 into LV underscore ename, where pernor is equal to, I'll provide some variable or some my input variable LV underscore, or I will put it as hard coded like 001. Now my end result would be LV underscore ename. Now if I have to work, I have to fetch multiple fields of single data. Now what will I do? The declaration would be data WA underscore PA0001 type PA0001. So this is how we are declaring the structure. This is a particular one field. Now I need to fetch the data. Declaration is both, declaration is same, but when you fire the query will get changed.
Okay.
And system will automatically understand that we are fetching single record. So we are expecting an output into a single record, single variable. When we are fetching multiple fields, it means we are expecting the data into multiple fields. That is structure. Now, the only difference would be, instead of selecting one field, I'll put star here. Select single star. Fields of that column of the table into WA PA0001. Now let's say I want to fetch all the data of the PA0001, irrespective of any column, all the fields and all the data. So I'll declare IT underscore PA0001 type table of PA. Now declaration itself will change. Type table of. So I'm declaring itself, initially I'm declaring that my internal IT means internal table, WA means work area, LV means local variable. Okay. So IT P0001 would be the table type of P0001. So I'm expecting that my declaration is saying that I am declaring one variable, one internal table, which had the same table type structure of P0001. Now we'll go to the query, because I have to fetch all the records. So I am removing single here into table. When you are fetching the data into the table, it is mandatory to write the into table. I had to remove the where condition. So what would happen? Select star from P0001 into IT P0001. Select all the records from P0001 into internal table IT P0001. So irrespective of any field, any where condition, it would fetch all the records. Okay? That's how we used to declare into ABAP programming language. Same thing we have to design here, BRF. So in slide also, they had mentioned that consists of various elements that define the structures, attributes, relationship of the data used by the rules. And once why we are declaring these runtime variables? Because of the combinational of your input and output and the calculation that we are about to develop into the application, the logic we are about to develop. So these will be helped into the combination of your logic and your input and output would be the end result. Data, existing data objects are there, data elements, attributes, characteristics. That is we also discussed. Yes, value helps. Value help means search help.
Okay.
Just either we can refer the standard search help or we can create our custom search help also. Relationship between the data object. Yes, there is a relationship between the data objects. There is a relationship between ename and lv name, because we had fired this ename into this query to get the data into lv ename. So there always a relationship between your runtime variables and your standard variables. Your standard data structures, your standard variables, or the local variables. Expressions, yes, we'll discuss what is expressions. Let's see. They are given us an example, like customer ID. So customer has its name, age, and address. As we treat this as a employee master, employee has its name, age, or address, right? But this is a master data, employee master data. But when it comes to the processing, the transactional level, the timesheet would be the transactional data of that particular employee. The payroll would be the transactional data of that employee. So how these are, both data is linked. The common place is your employee number, correct? Employee number is the common factor into this place. And if I talked about the say SD module, so customer name, age, and address, customer unique ID. When we create the sales order, the customer would be the mandatory field. Order date, total amount, all these aspects, all these variables are interlinked with the common value, which is the customer ID. Same goes for the employee personal. And if I'm talking about the material management, the vendor ID would become the common place here. Vendor name, age, address, and PO number, PO date, and PO amount. That would become the purchase order details. So vendor will become the most important part. Now let's see into the system. Now how to create our data models. Right click, let's say, right click, create data object.
Okay.
Let's say there are 4 options are available. Either elements, let me call it elements. They are referring only the difference of nomenclature. Structure, table, this internal table. So let's say if I'm creating one element means I'm creating one LV name, correct? LV name I had referred here. So I'm declaring one LV name type ename. Now, how to declare the one local variable? Let's select element. So I provide some name LV underscore ename and text employee the properties, what kind of data it will accept, the data types. Now it's come to the data types. Binding to DDI, if you are aware that what could be the length of your properties, what could be the data type, then you are aware that my data type would be PERS now personal number. So you can easily provide that here, and you can choose the amount, whether it would be data type, quantity, number, or use a text, or it's a timestamp, or it's a boolean. We can select from here. We can change, provide the length of my variable, and we can start working on that. If you are not aware about that what could be the data type for my this element. So they had provided the feasibility binding to DDIC element data dictionary. That is our SC11, right? SC11 is our standard table structures.
Right.
So right now I'm not aware. Let's say I'm creating LV name and I have no idea what could be the data type for this. So just I am typing PA PERNR. Let's see what happens.
Oh, okay.
So what would be the technical? No, not the personal ename for ename. For ename, EM NAM. If I go into that, the same EM NAM. So what happens? It will automatically inherit the properties from your DDI SC11 transaction.
Okay.
The standard sector is text 40, correct? Type my data type for this EM NAM employee name field is character 40. So automatically, can you see that the element type had been changed to text and length had been changed to 40, and your DDIC description is employee slash app dot name. Automatically they had adopted. So what would be the best? It will automatically it will adopt. If you are not aware, if you are, let's say you are not aware about the backend technical fields name, then you can choose no binding. Now you can create your own. Let's say 50, and I'll provide my value as a text. So it will adopt the custom binding that you are provided here. It's okay that you are not aware the technical names of the backend data types. It's okay. But in reality, you know that this field will accept the amount value or the text value.
Yeah.
You know that this field will accept the numbers or some string or some quantity or some boolean value or some timestamp as per your Excel data. You can easily correlate that, but this field will accept the amount. Okay, I'll select the amount and I'll change my how much length would maximum length would be the sufficient value. Then you can provide the maximum length value here. But as of now, I'm using the standard ones. Value help. This value help is something different. Settings for OData service that provide. Okay. Actually, in last 6 to 7 years, loads of features had been changed. So if I say create and navigate to object, now this had been created. Save and activate. This is the mandatory part if you are working on any technical object in SAP. Check, save, and activate every time. let's say domain help values. If you want to define some predefined name, because what we have done, we are done employee name. If you want to define some as, let's say, predefined values here, then we can add value create also. But why it's not allowing to add some value? Am I not working in export mode? Export mode is on. Why it's not allowing? The reason is because we have defined the element type text. That's why it's not allowing to maintain me domain values, the search help values, because it could be the combination of n means n number of permutation and combinations when it's come to the text level. Correct? Why I'm saying that in all over world, if I say 8 point some billion people are there, so it's not possible to maintain 8 billion people into my domain value. But if I say maintain number of banks in India, so you can easily count the number of banks. Only 15 banks are there, so you can, these are fixed values. So domain values are the fixed values that you can maintain here, but not the indefinite value. That's why it's not allowing. So we had created one of the LVE name. Now, if I see here data object, one element is LVE name. I'll click on, right click on this, create one more data object, mass creation. Instead of going one by one, if you want to create multiple elements at the same time, then we can go with the mass creation. So it will behave as a tabular format. So let's say I'll just expand my first column, built-in type, DDIC, same, everything is same. Built-in type, DDIC element or reference to element.
Okay.
What I want to select, I can select here, I can provide my name, I can change the length and press OK. So multiple elements will get created at the same time. Let's go to structure, how to create a structure.
Okay.
Let's say WA underscore PA 0001. PA 0001 structure. Now again, binding to structure type DDIC. DDIC is existing structure.
Okay.
Let's see what all options are available we have. If I say PA 0001, PA 0001 is there. Create and navigate to object. Create, only if you click on directly, only on create, then it will create the object. If you create, so choose the second option, create and navigate. So it will land you to the direct to the object. So you can check the immediately with you check. Now what is saying? Domain values may not be unique. Okay. So how many fields I'm expecting? Burner, subtype. What would be a select query? Okay, we are fetching all the records. So select all. If you put cursor here, there are 12 messages are available. If your message is yellow highlighted, it means it is showing a warning. If it's red, hard red, then it is showing you the hard error. You cannot go ahead. We need to check the domain value exactly. Let me go here. Click on the technical details. Object name PREAS. What is PR? Let's go back to SC11. PREAS. Reason for change. If I go here, reason for changing master data. Okay. Check table is maintained onto this field. Reason for change. This is a T53 is the configuration table. Change in department, qualification, renewal, rollover. Why it's saying domain values may not be unique because T53 table is associated with that this PREAS. That's why.
Okay.
It could be the chance why it's saying that. If you see the first column 001, 001, and 001, the info type. This is the first primary key. It's blue highlighted. This one is the primary key for this table, and it has its multiple values. That's why it's highlighting that the T53 table is not trustworthy for utilizing into this application.
Okay.
So what we can do, we can remove those fields. It's okay if you don't remove the fields. The object is already activated now. Although those were just only warnings. Now if you go to the data object, initially element was there, one element was there. Now yes. Because why it's showing multiple elements?
One.
If you see there multiple elements are there. So why multiple elements are there? One element is allocated by you LVE name. While rest of elements automatically will come into this under the same tab. Created the structure and we had adopted all the elements of the PA0001. So all elements will automatically come into the tab element tab, where all the elements or fields will come into the element. And the structure, the separate tab, separate expansion is there. The structure is available, this one. If I create the third one, data object, table type. Again, IT underscore PA 0001, PA 0001, table type. Binding to table type, PA 0001, sorry, 0001. Define data binding. Create structure from DB table. We will refer DB table direct. ITPA01, table line type PA0001. ITPA01, type table of PA01. Correct? So we have declared internal table of table type PA01. Go to the create and navigate to object. save. Yes, it
Okay,
will
okay.
it will save, but it will not
Okay.
allow you to activate. So it will not ask you with the confirmation. The
Mhm.
pop-up will itself will not come. Now again, if we go to the table, if we expand this, last change and use cases history. Now let's see. My table type is also ready. ITP-01.
Mhm.
So yesterday, what we have done, we had created one expression, the DB lookup, fetch data, correct? So I'll, yes. And while I was simulating this, it was showing some error, correct? The
Yes.
error was no result data object set. Means output is not provided. In which field we are getting the output, in which field we are expecting the output. Now
Mhm.
let's say select single entry. Now I'm writing this query. Select single entry. Okay.
Okay.
Select single entry from PA0001 HR record with condition. I'm not giving any condition. Into I'll select my work area. Correct. Select
Mhm.
single
Yes.
value from PA00 into my work area. Here I
Mhm.
had provided the condition 0001, but here I'm not providing any condition.
Okay.
Now let's see what old data exists into PA0001.
Mhm.
So we will fetch the data only for that particular employee. Employee record is not there. Okay. And this is info type. I can't make direct entries. But all the configuration needs to be a number series and all, right? This document header data is available. So
Mhm.
no problem.
Okay.
I'll do
Yeah.
one thing. I'll go to my structure. I'll create one more structure.
Mhm.
WA underscore VBAK binding VBAK is our SAP standard sales order header table data. Sales order header data will all the header details will get stored into VBAK,
Mhm.
and line item would be VBAP. Create and navigate to object. We have to live with this. There's no other option. Okay.
Mhm. Okay.
Otherwise, it is a ABAP program or some ABAP internal object. It will check and activate within a seconds. But it's a GUI based then, and not Fiori, not GUI. You can say that. So it's not a complete deliverable package. Fetch data has been changed. Yes. So my VBAK sales order data VW and SBV check, save. Information is there. Okay, no problem. I'll activate. Yes. So if I go here, the list has been expanded. Correct. Great. Now I'll change my select query. So instead of PA0001, I'll select VBAK
Mhm.
and select single entry from VBAK into WA underscore VBAK. If I see, let's fetch the data for particular sales order number. Insert include condition. The first include condition, I'm referring my key parameter, which is VBLN. So I'm providing my where condition. VBLN is equal to 10. Save, activate. So I'm expecting that I will get the only one data because it's a structure, but one data for the only for the 10 number sales order. Yes, confirmation active. Start simulation. Start
Mhm.
simulation means execution. No context is available. Okay. Similar execution has been started. There is a difference between execute and display processing steps. I'll
Oh,
explain.
is it? Okay.
Yes, there are two steps.
Mhm. Okay.
Okay. Now you can correlate that. VBLN 10 number is 10. ERDAT 10th of June 2022. Time 11:40. Created by Tendulkar. Okay, P. Tendulkar. And if we are going for the, let's go to the table output.
Okay.
Let's see multiple
Mhm.
entries. Yes.
Mhm.
Now the difference is if I click on execute, it will directly go for the output.
Okay.
And if I click on display processing steps, let's see what happens. So if you remember that I mentioned earlier, the debugging point. When we work with multiple rules, currently we don't have any rules, so we haven't implemented anything. We are just write a select query. So it
Okay.
didn't provide any steps. But when we start implementing the rules, functions, our declaration variables, main application, so it will provide you the layman English steps. This is the first step, second step, third step, fourth step. That the how many steps we had executed.
Mhm.
Now go back to the workbench. Now let's say uh, I'll create one more table type.
Mhm.
Create object table. I'll create one more internal table. IT underscore VBAK. I want to see the all the data from the VBAK table.
Okay.
All entries.
Mhm.
Create. Okay. Create and navigate to object. So initially what I had choose into the BRF, select single entry, correct?
Mhm.
Now let's go to the DB lookup fetch data.
Mhm.
Instead, instead of select single entry, now I am expecting my all the entries from the VBAK. I'm not providing any condition into, but all the entries cannot be accommodated into the work structure. All the entries would get accommodated into the table.
Mhm.
So I had changed the IT VBAK activate. Your structure will accept only one value. An internal table will accept n number of entries. Actually, not n number of entries. Yes, there's a myth in SAP around all the technical team members. Internal table can accept n number of entries. That is not true. 1.02 MB. Only if 5,000 records would suffice your memory till up to 1.02 MB, then only 5,000 will allow. The more you increase the columns, the more you increase the column vertically and horizontally, it will consume more memory.
Okay.
The lesser the columns, lesser the rows, it will consume less memory. But this is the maximum limit that rarely any consultant knows about that. Even nowhere they had mentioned this part, because when it comes to the huge level of processing, I had personally seen that with the maximum record of somewhere 15 million or 15, 17 million, the table will start dumping.
Okay.
They will stop its processing. Backend also. Oh, I am talking about 15 million sales order data. That the 15 million records is itself such a huge number, but still there is a limitation SAP had decided. So what we have done, we have created two internal tables. We had divided the data into two parts. So KDB lookup, select all entries from VBAK into my LT VBAK, no where condition, activate, start simulation.
So the end user also can build these kind of queries, right?
Yes, they can build their queries, but not like the technical and the functional person. Other because of the lack of knowledge of the programming world. So if you see this, all the fields have been extracted. The particular when I had executed the work area, the irregular pattern had been generated. Right now, it's a particular because it's a tabular format. So they had shown us all the fields in a particular design format. Now go to Workbench. So what we had covered today, the data model part, how to design our elements, variables, structures, and internal table, how we can access those in our one of the expression. One expression we had completed, that is the select query, fetching the data from the database. Now we are successfully declare our data types, the structure and internal table. We have successfully fetched the data. This is the second part we have done. Now what would be the concept as per the application concept? Data, declaration, inputs, fetch data, perform logic, and get output. This is a typical steps that all the above, all the programming objects used to follow. Input from the user, fetch data from the database, perform some logic, and get the output. Now what we have achieved so far, we had achieved the input, data declaration and fetching the data. Tomorrow we'll insert one more steps. Let's say user is providing inputs. Based on user inputs, we will fetch the data. So 3 steps would be completed: data declaration, the user inputs, and fetching the data. User inputs we cannot implement directly till the time we'll start developing our function. Right now, if you see anywhere we had defined the function? No. Our application development is not yet started.
Mhm.
If we define this ZDemo BRF is a complete package of your object.
Right.
But once we start the function development, the rule set entries, then it will start the actual application development. Till then,
Mhm.
it's just the collection. It's demo underscore BRF is just a collection of different type of objects, like data object
Okay.
expressions.
Mhm.
It's not a package application. It's a package of objects. So for starting the inputs, we have to start working on the creation of function. Then it will work as a complete package, or you can say that the complete application. Normal SQL queries, which we generally used in ABAP side, we have discussed the limitation of internal table. We have discussed the application steps. And the last point, how to create our data objects or data models,
Mhm.
variables in structure and internal table into BRF plus application. Data definition, see, there are two things.
Mhm.
Playing with the data, that is data
Mhm.
definition. What kind of data elements that you want to perform?
Mhm.
Now, the source, if you want to change the source of your data, we do have different type of expressions. We can change our source of expression, source of the data. Now, how we can change that? There's a different thing that, let's say, I want to call some data from another database. Simultaneously, two databases. Our company had been working on two databases, ECC database and HANA database.
Mhm.
Currently, we are working on HANA because BRF Plus we are developing. And for some requirement, I need to fetch data from ECC database also, my
Okay.
traditional database. So what
Okay.
I'll do, I'll call my function call. I'll create my function call.
Mhm.
There's option function call. I create my function module in SAP ABAP. In
Mhm.
SAP ABAP, I'll call my traditional database with the helps of
Mhm.
input and output. I'll fetch the data. That function module I will call into my BRF application. So indirectly, BRF will call the function module. Function module will call your traditional database, and then we will
Mhm.
get the data from the third party. Because HANA had given us flexibility that we can read data from another databases also, not like
Oh,
ECC. In ECC, that was not possible, but in HANA, with the help of certain programming syntaxes, we can achieve that. So the
okay.
thing is, there is a tool. There is not a tool. The functionality is ADBC, ABAP Database Connectivity. In HANA, along with HANA, they had introduced this feature. So we have to create a couple of classes, and
Mhm.
there we will provide the authorized credentials from the basis team to access the particular directly to the database with the proper IP address and proper details, the credentials, ID, password, and the particular structure name also. Then the database code connectivity will get happen, and it will start reading data directly from that particular database. Once you start the development of the application, you will get more clear picture have been floating into this application, how my variables, how my values are getting manipulated, and how I'm getting the exact output. You currently is just a collection of objects. So once you
So,
get the familiar to the application, then you will get the actual clarity.
Hey there! Looking to master supply management? Our SAP BRF Plus course is your ticket. Learn at your pace on our platform. In this course, dive deep into SAP BRF Plus. It's like a toolkit for planning, ensuring products flow smoothly. We cover it all, from the basics to savvy techniques, crafted by seasoned experts. Your mentors are pros with years of experience, ready to guide and tackle your queries. And hey, don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course. Folks just like you found it super useful. Best part? It's budget friendly. Learn without breaking the bank. Ready to rock SAP BRF Plus? Enroll now. And for more deets, peep ZaranTech's website.
So today we will discuss the functions and the rule set. What is function? Exactly what, why we are saying that this is a function that we have to, this is not the function module. Function is here in as a BRF plus terminologies. Function is a collection of objects, or you can say the collection of rule sets, rules that we are deriving. And it's not the our call by, there's a concept of function modules work would in the manner of synchronous and asynchronous manner, but that's not the concept which falls under the BRF plus.
Okay.
So okay, if in other programming languages also, function module is completely a different thing, that we develop a function module and we can reuse that function module as a piece of code whenever we required in any other web object, but not like that. It's not like that in the BRF plus. When we talk about the BRF plus, functions is the collection of rule sets that we are developing for maintaining our rules, or you can say the policies in layman language as well, that how we can define our steps. Now let's come to the main components of your functions and the rule sets. So how we can create our function. So from function perspective, there are a couple of points that we have to. Function will itself will not trigger anything. It will trigger the rule sets. So this is a complete BRF application. Let's take an example. BRF plus application. Under this BRF application, if I say functions will come into the picture. Functions. Now under this functions, we had the multiple rule sets. Now our rules. Then our expression. That's how the things will work. A complete application, the function would be the generator part, which will take care of all the rule sets, rules and expressions, which we are about to execute into a consolidated place. So the first step, we are going to create the function. Let's take an example. Function 1. Create and navigate to object. Check. No rule set registered to the function. Currently, we haven't assigned any rule set. That is correct. Now, the simulation mode. How we want to simulate this function module. So, we have the exactly the two modes are available, event or functional mode. Event mode means we are triggering this function module for you can function from the another application. This function will be called by the directly will call by the another event based some, let's say in workflow. If I say specifically, workflow is completely based on the events. Whenever event will fire, the workflow will get triggered. Let's say sales order creation. Sales order creation is an event. So whenever the sales order gets created, the new number series get generated. There's an event which will triggers. Simultaneously, if I use this function into the place where sales order number is getting generated, same time this event will fire and the function will also get triggered. We are defining the mode how we want to execute this. Second is directly I want to run this function into this BRF plus workbench. That is the functional mode. Analytical mode, they come up with the solution that uh, if I want to execute something with the connected services, then the analytical mode will come into the picture, like another systems.
Okay.
Okay. So if let's say I had no idea, might be this application I'll use in future, I'll use this function, this application from another web objects also, or might be I'll not use this BRF plus application. So rather than going with that, just select the functional and event mode for future purpose also. So if I want, I can execute this application from my other objects. If I don't want, then let it be. Top expression. Let's say top expression would be, I have, what are the expressions that we had created here? Some fetch data. I'll assign something here. Save. Expression is also set. Yes. Now this is the part, assign rule sets. Where we'll assign the rule sets. Yes. Now existing data objects. Add existing data objects. So what I'll create one. I'll create new one. Now my context partner has been assigned. Okay, now I'll add another one, P8001. Done. Sorry, not here. Into the result set. WA P8001. Save. Activate. ID of data object must be unique. Would already exist. Correct. So my input parameter LV partner and result data set WA P0001. We go to the rule set. This is the variable. In signature, I had assigned my input and my output. Rule set. Now, what is rule set? So, rule set is the collection of different type of rules or policies. You can say that your business logic. Actually, the business logic. Let's say, I'll try to make up some or I'll add one more sheet. Let's say policy is if employee had 2 children, then he or she will not be applicable for maternity or paternity leaves. This is not a hypothetical scenario. In India, there are multiple organizations who had already implemented this policy. If you had 2 children, you will not allow to apply maternity or paternity leaves.
Okay.
This policy has been already changed. This is 2 years back. Example, the another policy, casual leaves. If you are applying for casual leaves, maximum number, then it would be 25. Example. Optional leaves cannot be more than 1. Only one optional leave is we can avail in a particular financial year. Beyond 22 earned leaves, it will be treated as unpaid leave. So it could be the scenario of multiple policies, right? And number of scenarios we do have. So these are the company business logics that had been provided by our business stakeholders, especially from the HR department. Let's say they are implementing some policy, 2 children's policy or casual leave policy, optional leaves, beyond 22 earned leaves, and the same policies that they are expecting needs to be triggered in all the applications of the SAP BRF system. Now, what would be all the applications? Standard apps like leave management system, custom ones, while projecting. While projecting the R projects, cost or bench, revenue, cost or bench. My team calendar, standard apps, my scheduling, or any other custom app. So they are expecting same policies that can be applicable in n number of processes or n number of applications, whether it's a standard one or whether it's a condition, the custom one. Okay. Rather than writing again and again, if I'm going to write these all the leave related policies, it could be the scenario that thousands of lines that I have to return. But rather than writing thousands of policies into my system again and again, so I'll create my BRF plus application function, the same policies that can be leveraged by the standard apps, same policies that can be leveraged by the custom applications also. Now, what about the workflow? Even in workflow, we can accommodate the same thing because it's a simple web object. I can call this function into my workflows as well. Now, the same policies, why the basic, they come up with the BRF plus. Why they come up with the BRF? They're handling the policies. The most important thing the SAP had decided the control the pricing of the system and the output of the system. The pricing is, whenever we talk about the pricing, means the amount calculation of sales order creation, amount calculation of purchasing calculation, and those pricing actually they used to call the pricing procedure. And pricing procedure had still lots of components like gross amount, value amount, actual amount, deal amount, taxable rate, rebate, tax percentage, discount charges, tax discount charges. Now under tax discount, and especially in India, they had come up with the GST. So what would be the GST conditions, whether it's IGST, CGST, or SGST? So these are the complex pricing calculations for any particular transaction. So to overcome that, they had come with we can go with the BRF plus, and that can be controlled by the end users. Output management was a completely NACE transaction dependent. So NACE was a transaction that will control the output management of all the SAP documents, whether it's a sales order, whether it's a purchasing, whether it's a delivery, whether it's a shipping, whether it's a invoicing, whether it's accounting, whether it's a revenue management or transportation management, specifically in the billing side, whenever we generate some document related to amount. So all those output management needs to be handled directly by the end users. So they had come up with this BRF plus. Now these policies are the rules of our, if I say in terms of technical terms, in layman, these are the policies. But when we talk about the system perspective, these are the rules of our application. Now, combination of all these rules into a single place
is called function.
Yes, is called rule sets. And combination of rule sets is called function. A function can have multiple rule sets, and every rule set has n number of rules. That's how it works. Treat this as a grandchild, the father level hierarchy and the grandparents level hierarchy.
Okay.
Grandparents could be n number. My actual grandparents, my grandfather, brothers of my grandfather, mother, related sister of my grandmothers. It could be the n number series, right? My father, my uncle, my father's another brothers. It could be the n number of series again. In my series, my sister, my brothers, it could be the n number of series. So it's a 1 to n hierarchy. Combination of rule sets is called functions. But now there is a most important thing. Let's come here again. The order of execution. If you see this, there's only one BRF application, Z demo BRF plus 1. Now I have create only one function underscore 1. If I create one more function here, it will allow me. There is no restriction. I can create n number of functions. Every function I can create my rule set, and I can assign n number of policies or n number of rule sets. Now the thing is the point of execution. What could be the point? Whenever this is the old system generated sequence. I'll create one more function. The second would be the function 2. Third would be the function 3. So based on the creation of your function, whenever the BRF plus application will get executed, it will always ask you which function you want to execute. So there is no automatically it will not execute any function with its own knowledge, or you can say with its own will. It will ask you, you have to provide the inputs okay, this time I'll need to execute function 1, this time I will execute the function 2. So there is no sequential manner. System has no knowledge about this, that how I'll execute the first function, second, third, fourth, fifth, because every function has its own individual identity. We
Okay.
have to define which will get execute first, which will get execute second. Okay. Unlike other piece of code in ABAP, if I write down 5 statements, so compiler will execute all the 5 statements one by one. Mature enough, ABAP system is mature enough. It understands that these are the statements I have to go one by one, but
Okay.
not in the BRF, not in the functions of BRF. We have to define, I want to execute this piece of code, I want to execute this piece of code. Only then it will work.
Okay, got it.
So mature compilation level is not that much efficient in comparison of ABAP compilers. When it's up to you how you will to go with the, let's say you want to create function 1, after some time you want to create another function into the same application. Let's say in your company, after 5 years they come up with the new policy, 5, 6, 7, let's say new 7 policies they are applying, but you don't want to change the existing structure. So rather than create, and you have to implement the new policy also. So rather than touching the existing functionality, because already it is working, already your apps are working, your policies are already implemented. So rather than touching this, just create a single new function, new rule sets, new rules, and wherever you had implemented the same, again call the another function also along with them. Let's say I had called my function 1 into my leave management system. So along with that, I'll call my function 2 also. So what would happen if in future might be, let's say in SAP system, you had implemented 2 functions, but in JD AdWords, they are not allowing you to update these new 7 policies in the JD system. But in SAP, they're expecting all the policies, but not into the JD system. So you can easily bifurcate, okay, these policies are applicable in my both the systems, but these are only restricted for the SAP system. This is one of the example. Now we do have a standard attribute, the personal area, PSA. Correct? PA, sorry, PA.
Yes.
PA, PSA. What is exactly PA, PSA are, if I'm not wrong, they are completely, as PA is completely directly linked to the company code, right? 1-to-1 mapping. Company codes is equal to number of PA. It can be, it might be, we are hypothetically we are saying that it is a 1-to-1. Let's take is 1-to-1. India region, let's say IN01. US region US01, Saudi Arabia SA01, Australia AU01. Policies might be applicable to all the geographical regions, all the company codes. Some policies might be different as per the company code. So in function 1, you can accommodate the common policies. Function 2, you can create for only for company code IN01. Function 3, only for US01, function 4 only for AU01, function 5 only for SA01. So all these policies can be accommodated for different company codes under the umbrella of single BRF plus application, that is rule management system for leave application, BRF plus for rule. So that's how we can easily bifurcate under some conditions. So whenever my PA, US01 PA will trigger. So only these policies will get executed. So that's why in next transaction, there is a parameters output type. What kind of output type we are expecting from the system? So that's become easily identifier in next transaction. That's output types are completely defined by the functional team members SD and MM. So output defines that it's related to sales order output type or billing output type. So system easily identifies that this is the output type and this again, let's say AB01. And against AB01, I had implemented one smart form. BA01, for BA01, I had implemented Adobe form. No, sorry. In NACE, Adobe forms are not able to implement, only smart form or scripts. And AB01 is related to the sales order output type. The system easily identify that, okay, someone is triggering output type AB01. It means they are expecting me to generate a PDF into the smart form. If the purchasing side, I'm expecting the output, selecting the output type BA01. The system easily identified this output type is associated for the particular document, that is purchase order. Purchase order output type. So it can easily find out, for this output type, I have to execute smart form. For this output type, I have to execute the script. Now they have to come up with the end users flexibility, and they also Adobe Forms are also come into the picture. When HANA was introduced, actually Adobe Forms were also available in ECC as well, but organizations were not using. Why organizations were not using Adobe Forms? The cost factor, because it's a licensed product, separate license from directly from Adobe. So all the pre-sales team have to configure this in SOW. They have to mention that apart from SAP licenses, they have to go over the Adobe Forms also. If they are not going with that, then this would not be applicable for our system. Smart form and scripts are available. We have to develop this. And if we are going for, because in HANA, the NACE transaction is obsolete. SAP make it obsolete. Only option is BRF plus, but that's not true. Hypothetically, that's not true into system, because some of the customers initially, some of the SAP customer initially, they had migrated their only databases, Oracle DB to HDB, but they haven't upgraded the business suite ECC to S4. They have just migrated their database. So the thing is, they have adopted the database, HANA database, but they are not upgrading their software version. So what would be the alternate option for the output management? Because SAP had completely obsolete this transaction. So what they have done, they had provided OSS nodes. Implementation of some bodies needs to be required. Bodies implementation. Based on that, the next transaction can be activated again, not into the S4 version. If we are implementing ECC and we are running our ECC on a HANA database, then only we can implement these body implementation nodes. Otherwise, if we are going with the S4 complete S4 business suite, then these bodies will again, these bodies are become obsolete.
Okay.
So there's no other option in S4, only we have to go the BRF plus. Either go for the pricing procedure is optional thing, but not the output management. They have to go with the BRF plus.
Okay.
Now let's come to the rule sets, which what we are initially discussing. Rules is a single policy. This is a rule. One policy, one rule. As simple as that. One condition, one rule. Second condition, rule 2. Third condition, rule 3. This is the rules. Now, rule set is a collection of rule sets. Expressions, as we already discussed in earlier sessions also, expressions are your exact calculations. Actual calculative functions. Let's go back to our BRF application. The selection query. This is my expression. This is my actual action, which is performing into the system. the table operation, which is actually performing some calculation into the system. These are the expressions. Data objects, my runtime objects. Either it could be variable, it could be work area, or it could be internal table. Function, again, they have defined a reusable piece of logic that can be called from rules of expressions.
Okay.
It's an independent piece of code, independent function. No restriction that you can call this function from another BRF application also, or another ABAP object also. Rule flow, yes. Sequential is the most important thing here. Let's say, due to some reasons you had implemented here, but this is your, the first check is to employ 2 children, second check is optional leaves, third check is beyond 22 earned leaves, fourth is your 25 casual leaves.
Okay.
Okay, sequencing of your rules, which matters most, 100% dependent thing is rule set creation. Whenever we create a rule set, if I am creating rule 1, it will get executed first. If it's fail, your all the rest of the rules will not get executed. If there is some error, that doesn't matter whether you are getting some output from the rule 1 or not. If you are getting output, then it's okay. If you are not getting output, then it's also okay. But execution matters in the sequential manner. This will execute first, the second, the third, then it would be the casual leave more than 25 not allowed. This would be the fourth policy. So whenever we write our rule set, whenever we create our rule set, sequencing matters the most important play role. Let's say create rule set RS1, and I'll activate this. No rules provided. Yes. Insert one rule. Create. So let's say disability feature also available here. Yes. Now, what does a disability feature? Rules are your if and else condition. Simple. It would be always in the same manner. Whenever you create rule has predefined steps. If, else if, and if. This is a standard format if you want to write any rule into the system. If your condition satisfy, then this will happen. Else this will happen. And automatically it will close as an end if. If my partner is 001, then perform my select query, perform my database lookup fetch data. If my partner is not 001, then leave it and exit the application. So under some condition, I'm executing my fetch data rather than it will get executed every time. Are you getting my point? I'm select e name from PA0001 where, sorry, into LV underscore e name where partner is equal to 001. So what would happen? This select query will execute only for the 001 partner. But when? If this partner exists only, right? If 001 exists in my inputs, if in my inputs the value 001 is available, only then my select query will fire. Else it will not fire. else I'll say message partner. I'll show some validation or some error. You can say that doesn't exist into employee master. Type E and if 001 exists into my inputs, then select some select some data like ename, LV ename from the PA0001. Otherwise, throw error. This employee doesn't exist into the system.
Okay.
This is one of the way. If, else if, and if will automatically get taken care by the system. We don't have to worry. So if condition, then this will execute. Else this will execute automatically. Compiler will automatically close this condition. If
Okay.
condition.
Okay.
Now one more important factor is, let's say, validity of particular rule, particular duration. If you want to restrict that, if you want to say that this rule will applicable only for 2 days, so there is a flexibility that we can provide the date here. Let's say 29 to 1st of July. You can provide the duration. So automatically the rule will get disabled on after that particular duration. The duration has been calculated, let's say, starting from 29th June, 8 a.m. and it will be activated till 1st of July 23. 23 means 11 p.m. It will be activated for that particular duration. I had to provide some conditions here. I can use now. What would be the conditions? Again, you want to range context. Your context are available. Defaulted objects, or you can say the select expression. Conditions, select expressions, select data objects, context, default objects, or you can create directly, we can create our expressions for the if conditions. Now let's say context, what would I select? Partner.
Mm-hmm.
If my partner is equal to 001, only then this particular condition will fire. Change condition options are also available. We can change the condition because this is one of the condition which I had chosen equal to condition. If I want to change this, then other condition, we have the flexibility. We can change the another conditions also. Or let's say if I can add multiple inputs, right? Multiple if condition. If 001 is the input, or and WERKS is equal to IN01 and ORG org unit is equal to 0001. One more end condition. Position is equal to manager, or you can say the position number 50010001 series. Only then this would be the executable part. So we had provided n number of conditions into my if part. 1, 2, 3, 4. We can add multiple conditions here. Add or more conditions, remove conditions. We can change the format of the condition. If we are not expecting that this equal to greater than another parameters are also available, or I can change the value something from or defaulted objects, I say current date. So I'm changing my if condition. Add more condition. One more condition I'm adding.
Mm-hmm.
The parameter either I will use or and. Only two operations are allowed. Let's say
Okay.
and I'm choosing and context partner. Okay, right now master data is not there, sorry. So let's take an example. My first if condition, current date should be greater than, current date should be greater than
Mhm.
11001. And employee partner should be 001. Then what would happen? Process my expression. I'm processing expression, fetch data. I'm processing my select query. Else do nothing. I'm not, because I will create some expression here. Let's say this will get executed. For timing we are creating. Now, okay. So this would be your particular rule. This is the rule one that we had created here. So if I expand this and I go to rule set, number of rules are available into this rule set RS1. Right now only one number is available. This is the number set. How many number of rules are available into this particular rule set? Okay. Options, insert next rule. Insert exit condition. Exit condition now, let's say what is exit condition? Let's say you are applying some data. You are providing some data at this level. And you're, as per your policy condition, your employee is now eligible for the applying the leave. At this level, you will identify that my employee is as per your policy, as per the system policy that we had implemented, system
Okay.
identifies that at this, say after executing two rules, employee is applicable for the leave application. Then why we need to execute other policies at the next level? If I find that my employee is applicable after execution of all the rule sets, then it will become a applicable candidate. Then it should be okay. But if I am getting the same data, same validation, same output result at the level 2, then why would I execute the next policies? So that's why they had provided the exit condition.
Okay. Okay.
At any point of time,
Mhm.
we can obsolete my rules. At any point of time, I can obsolete the rules that we had implemented.
Okay.
Okay. Yes. Precondition. Precondition is one of the feature. Before execution of all the rules, because what we had discussed, a rule set is the collection of rules. All of these rules into a single place that is called rule set. If we want, we can define particular pre-check condition also on your rule sets. Again, it's up to us what kind of condition we want to execute. Let's say application BRF plus object type. I want to select some data object, search. Data object is not there. Let's say expression. No objects are found. Ideally, it shows some list here. because we have created data objects and expressions. Also include from, okay. Let's select from another one. No, yes. Some background processing condition, some constant value like this. This I am object I'm calling from another. Yes, one more biggest feature. Unlike any other ABAP code, let's say there is one ABAP program, ABAP 1 and ABAP 2. ABAP 1 has its own technical artifacts. Technical artifacts like variables, work area, internal tables, right? Same goes for the ABAP 2 program also. Every technical object has its own technical artifacts like variable, runtime variables, work area, my selection query. It could be anything. But the thing is, I cannot use the artifacts of program 1 to another program because these are locally designed for this ABAP 1, only for this program. I cannot leverage the objects of this ABAP 1 program into another 2 ABAP objects. But in BRF Plus, we do have flexibility. If you see this, initially what had selected the application Z demo BRF Plus, which we had created. So I had add one more parameter just by clicking this icon, and also include objects from default BRF Plus application. Okay. From another application, I can accommodate the properties. So you can utilize another properties from another application into your application. But there's also a demerit. This is called the inheritance feature. Let's say I had inherited some features from my parents, and my parents inherited something from my grandparents. Like, correct? So that is called the inheritance. Inheritance from generation to generation. But in real time, that cannot be changed. If you change some feature in my grandfather, but that is not going to change into me, because that's a real human structure. Once it's developed, no one can change that. But in coding policy, because all the applications are going to run every day, yearly or monthly, but somehow they will get executed into the system. Okay. Application FDT system, someone changed the rules into FDT system, and I had in my marked the check that I'll include some conditions from the FDT system into my BRF Plus. And after 1 year, someone had changed the policy into the FDT system. Then what would happen? My ZDemo BRF Plus application also inherit the same policy which were implemented after 1 year. Till the time both the applications are working fine. And after 1 year, let's say I change value in where condition in my FDT system. If 001 is there, work this. If 001, it is 002, execute this. And as on today, my ZDemo BRF1 is working fine. After 1 year, someone changed the value of FDT system, and they are not aware that this application is getting utilized into another piece of code also. So this will impact your application also. Copy the function, copy the rules from there, and you can create about the functions, how to create a function, how to create a rule set. Transport mechanism, yes. Either you can transport your entire BRF Plus application, that is also possible. We can transport. The features is available. We can select our request and we can go ahead. Or rather than transporting everything, we can just transport our function. That two options are available. Either transport your function only, or you can go ahead with the ZDemo BR entire application. So same like ABAP code, rather than moving the entire WebDyn Pro application or Fiori application or our complete module pool program, we can transport the sub programs like mini include programs, or if I say in Fiori language, particular OData method, or in WebDin Pro, particular action method, we can move from one system to another system. So same concept like here. Either we can move the entire application, that is also a feature that we had. Another feature we had, either we can go with the particular function. But only thing is, once we move the function, so if something is associated to the function, that we cannot control. If 5 rule sets are available into this function, then all the 5 rule sets will trigger from development to quality. That you cannot be optional. That thing is not optional. Only thing is entire application or function. Either we can, hope you remember that initially we had discussed the RFC generate or web service generation. Directly we can generate the RFC and we can generate the, in next sessions we will discuss how to generate and leverage this RFC and web services. Code template, how to generate the code template, which this is useful for when we call this function into the backend means ABAP. So how I can call this application into my ABAP program. Advanced checks are there, advanced checks, rule sets, unversion objects, inactive objects. Sometimes you need to figure out these objects, but most probably whenever we start the tracing and simulation, we automatically identify that this is the particular pain point.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a data source type supported by SAP BRF+? Option A, OLAP. Option B, InfoQ. Option C, Hadoop. Option D, Flatfile. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, looking to master supply management? Our SAP BRF Plus course is your ticket. Learn at your pace on our platform. In this course, dive deep into SAP BRF Plus. It's like a toolkit for planning, ensuring products flow smoothly. We cover it all, from the basics to savvy techniques, crafted by seasoned experts. Your mentors are pros with years of experience, ready to guide and tackle your queries. And hey, don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course. Folks just like you found it super useful. Best part? It's budget friendly. Learn without breaking the bank. Ready to rock SAP BRF Plus? Enroll now. And for more deets, peep ZaranTech's website.
Now, creation of rule sets, how are the typical steps that we need to follow? Because rule sets are the most important part, which is the actual logical part. Actually performs some logical calculation. Let's say 1 + 1. So BRF rule set is the place where we are going to create our rules. In the rules, we are creating our expressions, and expressions will create the result. 1 + 1 is equal to 2, and your rule set will get the final result. So it's the main actual entity which exists into the system as a logical entity. Function is not a logical entity. Function is just a framework on which we are defining some logical set. So typical steps are for creation of rule set, that identifying the business requirement. First part. Second, BRF Plus application. Third, creation of rule sets. Fourth, designing of rules. Fifth, data define objects. Sixth, test and validate. Seventh would be the publishing of rule set, and final would be the maintenance of the rule sets. Yesterday, I had forgot to tell you one more point. In any function, there's a limitation of creation of rule sets. Let's say we are creating a 0 to 99. Only 100 rule sets we can create, not more than that. Okay, so there's a limitation. But in rule sets, let's say in one function we are creating 100 rule sets. In one rule set, you can create n number of rules. There is no limitation. But
Okay.
there's a limitation of creation of rule set in one function. If I have to access more than 100, then I have to go with the another function.
Okay.
That's the limitation the SAP had provided. Why they had come up with this limitation? The reason is performance of the application, because it's a framework-based application, it's a web-based application, and we are integrating web-based application to the SAP ABAP system or non-SAP system. So it might impact another features of the BRF plus application that we are already developed in the same function, or another calculations of a different rule sets. That's why they had limited this functionality. Identify. Okay, now we go to the go one by one. What does it mean identify? That we all know that because we are all coming from the consulting background, so we are well versed about the business requirements, right? We had the requirements gathering from the stakeholders or business end users. What would be the requirement? What would be the documentation? How business works? The second, BRF plus application. The third, creation of rule sets that yesterday we had discussed. Some meaningful name and description. And yes, we are coming to the rules also. The rules are defining a rule set with providing meaningful name, description, and some meaningful nomenclature. Designing about rules. Rules, yes. Rules had another one of specific property, that is, they always execute in a sequential manner. That yesterday we had discussed that we can create n number of rules, right? But all these rules will get executed one by one only. You cannot jump another rules. You cannot skip the rules. One condition, that is exit condition. Let's say yesterday I had taken example of leave policy. Due to some reasons, that particular rule is not applicable. So we can directly come out of that rule, but we cannot skip that rule functionality. So there are two things: coming out of the code and skipping the code. If LV underscore Purner is equal to ABC, then select query will fire. Else, and if error message. If LV underscore Purner is having some value, select query will fire, else success message, and if. Now there is a difference between both the queries. LV Purner is equal to ABCD, which is not possible because it's a number series. Purner is always a number series. It cannot be the ABCD. It might be the combination that. So what's the configuration that we have derived into the system? It's alphanumeric or it's a numeric, but 100% alphabetical, that is not possible, right? We cannot create the ABCD 1 2. We can create ABCD 1 2 3, but we cannot create ABCD E F G H. That would not be the possible. The scenario is we are skipping our selection query. We are asking that if LV Purner is ABCD, then skip my selection query. This is a negative code that I have written here. The select query will not get fired. So I will not get any return data. I will not get the name of the employee. This is the first part. Second is, if Purner is having some value, it could be ABCD, it could be ABCD 1 2 3, it could be 1 2 3. Then my code will fire. Doesn't matter what's the value of the LV Purner. Okay. So the thing in first condition, we are skipping the code. The second condition, we are firing the code, but there would not be any output. Might be there is some value of ABCD. Then my query will get executed, but there would be no output. Output was LV underscore ename. So LV ename, if LV underscore ename doesn't have any value, it would become exit condition for me.
Okay, it will just come out, but doesn't give
Just
an
doesn't exactly to just come out because it doesn't have any value. So there are two things: skipping the code, which is, so it means rules we cannot skip. The rule will execute always. Let's say R1, R2, R3, R4. They will execute in a sequential manner: R1, R2, R3, R4, always. In which condition that you had created, the same condition they will get executed. We cannot go to ask to go to the R15 directly. It will go to R2. If there is exit condition in R2 also, then it will go to R3. So exit condition means they are stopping their execution process. If that condition get matched, if condition didn't match, the condition there it will get executed entirely. So there's a limitation while writing the rules. Be specific that we have to rewrite the exact values that we are expecting from the system, or data maintenance part needs to be completely verified whether data, otherwise unlike the another web applications or another applications of say another web objects, there is no interface, there is no user interface of BRF. So we will never know that why it's about to stop. Even in tracing, you can see that my rule has been stopped. But it's not like that you in user interface, you will get the particular pop-up, okay, your data is not available or something like that. Some condition is not working. That much detailed information we will never get from the rules. Like unlike the ABAP debugger. ABAP debugger is so strong in all the analytical part, but tracing is just plain English language. You will never get the detailed information. You will get the information, but not that much detail. So we have to be specific when writing the rules. And the best approach is to write any rule is our traditional paper-based approach. That's a suggestion from multiple technical consultants that I had discussed with them and the functional as well. So they functional specifically, they come up with that. If we are writing down all the rules into the paper base and we are designing the rules on paper manually, writing the policies rather than making the notes into the system, they had made the exact required rule sets into the system. I'm not sure how it could be. Every consultant has its own way of working, but personally, I had seen this paper-based approach had supported a lot of consultants while designing the rules and rule sets. It's an old traditional way, but that's how it helps to consultants. Designing rules, data objects, as you know, or runtime data objects, variable structure or internal tables. Testing and validating the rules, where my rules are working fine or not, some error is there, some tracing is required. Publishing the rule sets means publishing a deployment, or you can say our code deployment, like we are moving our code from development to quality or production. That's in this BRF they are saying publishing, and we are generally we say deployment. Maintenance, yes, some changes will occur the EMS maintenance of your application. Updating, if something update, they are asking to changes, they are asking end users, they are updating some values, or they are asking to the backend functional team members to make the changes, then would become the maintenance of the rule sets. Best practices, they had suggested some of the major points regarding the rule sets. Governance process to manage rule set changes. Yes. Unlike any other ABAP application or any other object, let's say we are working on some AMS project. So we do have a mechanism of incidents and change now. Correct? Change request and incident. And mostly nowadays, ServiceNow is the tool that mostly organizations are using. So it could be the incident, it could be a bug, it could be a CR. That's how we are managing the request, managing the ABAP changes. So there should be some managing policy to govern these changes of the rule sets. Something should be established into the system. Documentation, yes. Periodic documentation should be getting. Unlike the ABAP, specifically, if we've seen that once implementation is done, the technical documentation is ready. After the AMS had been started, no one bothers about the update the ABAP document. Have you seen this with your technical team also?
The documentation?
Yes, in the AMS. So AMS, specifically in AMS project, I have seen that implementation is done. Implementation team has gone. Okay, now they had hand over the system to the AMS team. Okay, and once the AMS had been started, there are lots of CRs will come in, lots of bugs will, incidents are also coming. So AMS team has been completely occupied with daily basis development changes, continuous deployment, and they are not updating the documents which were provided by the implementation team.
Hey there, looking to master supply management? Our SAP BRF Plus course is your ticket. Learn at your pace on our platform. In this course, dive deep into SAP BRF Plus. It's like a toolkit for planning, ensuring products flow smoothly. We cover it all, from the basics to savvy techniques, crafted by seasoned experts. Your mentors are pros with years of experience, ready to guide and tackle your queries. And hey, don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course. Folks just like you found it super useful. Best part? It's budget friendly. Learn without breaking the bank. Ready to rock SAP BRF Plus? Enroll now. And for more deets, peep ZaranTech's website.
So that would become, eventually after some time, that will become a mess for the AMS team also and the business also. Is most important thing, because company policies had been defined only once, right? If they had defined the company policy, they are not going to change, at least for till the next financial year. Conduct periodic reviews to ensure rules are up to date and aligned with the business requirements. However, that is not possible, but we should try at least. We are aligned and get updated with the business. Involvement of stakeholders, yes, unlike another requirements, stakeholders are always the part of the development or implementation projects. Validation thoroughly, the main objects deployment when through a production environment. General steps. Then the normal conclusions for the day, crucial effectively automating business decisions, and operational efficiency and consistency. It will increase, unlock the potential of your business rules. So two expressions we have seen so far. What the case, number of statement, number of expressions we do have: Boolean, BRMS, case, constant, create CU, contact, notification. Yeah, yes. Create notification expression. One of the best expression is this notification. You can directly send out the notification mail from here, from the BRF application. No need to generate separate template. No need to generate to ABAP piece of code to or workflow item. Then only you will get the notification. Directly notification we can trigger from here. DB lookups, service order. No, this is something functional, something documentational, transactional document. DB lookup, decision table, decision tree, dynamic expressions, formula like calculator, function call, we can call another functions, loop, no action, procedure calls, classes we can call into here, random number series, we can generate, retrieve BO data, business object data, search tree, TRM method is a new one, table operation and value range. Now I had a question to you, how you want to proceed further? You want to proceed with a particular specific requirement that let's say Goldie, we will cover this, start developing this application, or I'll demonstrate some examples from my side. So you are expecting to create a report based on BRF plus. Standard feature may like some enhancement, in some enhancement you are calling this BRF. So in some body we are calling this application and we are getting, okay, let's think about some scenario. What would be the best one? What was the transaction that you were telling me? PE03. That feature is available in this system. So rather than updating value from here, like 01 Germany, 03 Austria, you are expecting value from the BRF plus application in your PA0001 data. 10 USA. Okay. So do you have already you had identified somebody? No, value we will get from the BRF application, but how we is there how will integrate that BRF into the this transaction? There should be some enhancement point, right? Some body or some exit. So that's what I'm thinking. That's what I was asking. That some body is available, or we need to figure out. Code can BRF in BRF we can use that code, but how that code is integrated, that's the main thing. Because you are expecting that value UB, otherwise this value US you are expecting UB, right? Okay, how they are defining a web program in PE03 SCP. Calling a web feature, the standard feature they are providing. How to fetch data from a, okay. You can try to get the name of a web program generated by the feature from a, it will be some, oh, there's some standard configurations are there. With the help of the standard features, we can create a number series of program. Then they will, and if the program is getting called, then we can write any so we can eventually call the BRF application. The first point is we have to identify how this can be achievable. I am completely new to this transaction. I had to figure out that how they had implemented the how they had generated the program for this transaction. So might be it's a generic requirement from another. They had created some. They had created some custom code And according to this code, if value is feature name, we have to change. The standard couple of steps they had mentioned. One of the powerful tools for configuring HR features, structure design logic that look at various attributes of the employee. Feature are used to determine all sort of things in SAP HR system. Which wage type to use in paying an employee, which benefits plans they're eligible for, frequency to use, and so on. Sometimes we need more flexibility in a given feature the system provides. Maybe the decision logic have more steps than the feature can handle. That is, the variable key is too small to support all the decisions we need to make, okay? Or maybe we need to make a decision on an attribute that doesn't exist in the feature. We can extend the flexibility of features by calling a web code, which is done and used to. Is it something related to SAP payroll? So, if you remember yesterday, I show you the file while creating the function. There are two options that we can use: generating RFC, generating web service. Correct? We can create RFC and we can call that RFC into our one of the form report that we are creating here. So directly we can call that RFC. We will provide the inputs and we get the return output from the BRF. We are going to use the same thing. The direct ABAP piece of code generation. In BRF, we will design an entire BRF application. First, we will design the application as per your requirement. Then we will generate the ABAP code directly from there.
Okay.
Then we will call that ABAP code into our custom
Okay.
Now I'm trying to find out the steps how to create a program here, and that program will get integrated into your PE03 transaction. The web code only access the data that was passed into the feature. Every feature has its structure design with collection data item and sent to the feature code in the decision. Form exit if using name back status structure name. Valid fields for decisions. Okay. That's what I'm about to ask. Structure field 1, value 1. Structure field 1, value 2. Structure field 3, structure field 1, value 3. Okay, got it. According to this code, if the value of structure field 1 is value 1, then the feature returns a value of return. So, if you can you correlate this? If condition, then fire this piece of code. Else, fire this. Else, fire this. Else, fire this. Then and if. Are you able to correlate this something if and if with those are rules? Correct. So
yeah.
And now I got the point. The next part is in this feature, call this ABAP code by specifying the program name. Okay, but where I have to specify the program name. For example, if the feature was ABKRS, the line would be ABKRS and ZHR. So that's how you do it. Pretty simple. Z ampersand ABKRS ZHR feature code. Country code. Somewhere we have to assign this. I go to this, no problem. I'll figure out something for this. But now I got the idea. So what exactly we'll achieve here? We'll create one BRF application. Okay. Create one BRF plus application. Under that application, we will implement your business logic. implement business logic shared by Shirisha, right? Shirisha. The third step would be rule generation.
Mm-hmm.
We create rule generation, or required, we will create decision tables into that decision table, or directly if else if condition, we will figure out that if or and if conditions, or we will create decision table. Decision table, custom program, then call BRF plus app into custom program. That is also possible. Attach custom program to PE03, right? PE03
Mm-hmm.
to feature ABKRS. Okay, got it. Till this part, I'm confident enough that we can create BRF application. We will implement your logic, no worries. We'll create the custom program. We call this BRF into the custom program. The custom BRF into custom program. Till this point, we are done so far. We can go ahead. Attaching the custom program PE023 ABKRS, that I'll figure out something, because they had just mentioned a single step. I think we need to I will figure out some another blocks also, how I will attach this. Or meanwhile, if you can help us, then that would also be great. A report, simple report. We are just saying it doesn't matter whether it's so I'm just treating this as a report. And it doesn't matter whether it's a standard table or custom table. We will go with the any table that you will, if you want 30001 or you want some cluster data, then you will put any table that you want. Start from the one table, then we will go to the 2 or 3 tables. Is it okay? So we develop in reporting. We will develop 2 apps, two BRF plus. One with single table and another one with multiple. VA03. VA03 is the display of sales order. So let me try to open some existing sales orders. If it exists, we do have. So let's say this is a document number. So there is a feature that we can generate the output. So it will generate a PDF file for you. It will generate a PDF based sales order. No output has been selected for the printing. So that's how, why output has been defined for this transactional data. Let's take an example. You are dealing with customer and you have delivered your product to the customer, and the delivery is also complete, shipping is also complete. Now you are expecting payment from inside, right? So what would be the customer's first requirement? He will ask you the invoice. Shisha, kindly provide me my invoice, right? I will verify the invoice, whether GST number is correct, amount is correct, date is correct, customer details are correct, or vendor details. Shirisha would be the vendor for the customer. Vendor details are correct or not. So they need PDF based manual invoices. Only then they will release the payment. So that kind of generation of PDF is the issuing output. If output determination can be done in the configuration, then we can do the same thing into the BRF also. Is output configuration available for payroll as well? Yes. Then the same, if the PDF forms are getting generated with the help of some configuration in standard configuration, the same configuration we can do into the BRF also.
Hey there, looking to master supply management? Our SAP BRF Plus course is your ticket. Learn at your pace on our platform. In this course, dive deep into SAP BRF Plus. It's like a toolkit for planning, ensuring products flow smoothly. We cover it all, from the basics to savvy techniques, crafted by seasoned experts. Your mentors are pros with years of experience, ready to guide and tackle your queries. And hey, don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course. Folks just like you found it super useful. Best part? It's budget friendly. Learn without breaking the bank. Ready to rock SAP BRF Plus? Enroll now. And for more deets, peep ZaranTech's website.
Now this is our application, and let's see one message show list. Object is consistent. Okay, hide the list. Function. If I go to function, check. VBA component, DDIC is controlled by switch PTM. Okay. All our information or warning. We can ignore this. My input is Purner, output is WA PA0001. And what's the rule set? RS1, code generation. Right now there is no code status. Inactive. Let's make it active. Go to RS1. R1 expression, yes. What is saying? R1 table operation, table open 1 has no result. Okay. Table open else condition, this else condition. So we can always remove our else condition. Let's make it editable and delete operation. I'm just deleting this operation. If my current purner, but there is no purner data, right? We are using our VBAK data, IT VBAK, correct. So delete this condition, delete this. Now we'll create a new rule set. Let's delete this. Data object, element. Yes, the input field, input field.
Okay.
DDIC, ABKRS. Yes, is there. Payroll area.
Okay.
But it would be a technical field now.
Yeah,
Somewhere
yeah.
it is storing the data. So it is
Right.
showing the technical DDIC element, the technical elements. Select all entries from VBAK into IT VBAK, but we haven't provided any condition. Okay. View SQL. Select star from VBAK into corresponding fields of IT VBAK. Okay. Now go to our RS.
Okay.
So we will also not provide any if condition. Remove if condition, then add process expression, select our fetch data. Okay. So now what we have done, we have created application, we have defined function. Under the function, we have created one rule set, that is RS1. Under the rule set, we had created one rule R1 with unlimited validity, and in the condition I haven't provided any inputs. Directly I'm fetching providing my expression, and in my expression there is no input value, so I'm fetching all the records of VBAK. Okay, great. Now my RS, let's activate in reverse order all the applications. RS is activate. Yes. FM is activate. Status is active. Function is active. Expression is active. Fields are in active stage. Mostly you will get the errors while the binding of your elements.
Okay.
Input variables and output variables. Mostly we used to forget to bind that feature, or we forgot to bind the input parameters. All are information 147 or warning. We can ignore this. These are unsagely yes. Let's try to simulate. If something is missed, we can trace that in our running mode. Let's try to execute. Execution and display processing steps. Initially, remember that we had executed was not provided the any steps. Processing steps were blank. Now it's showing you the steps. So the step by function is started. Function processing had been started. Then context is getting called, but there is no context value. I haven't provided data object here. In context, under the context, fetch data expression has been called. What was the fetch expression? DB lookup is processed in selection mode, performing selection data. Fetch data closed, function closed. Result, no result is available. Why no result is available now? Go to back, directly execute this. Let's see. Might be because of this LV purner. Because I mentioned this LV purner into my FM. This is affecting. I'm expecting this. This is affecting. We need to remove this. Execute and display processing steps. And if you don't want to see the steps, you will directly get the data. So means execute with debug mode. without debugging mode. We have to remove this. This is not required. Remove, activate, not required. No result data object selected. So now I am assigning my ITBBAK. So that's why, because it's based on your network framework, right? And all that thing, because Webdin Pro is the workbench on which that it's been designed. The more faster your internet service, the more faster your laptop or desktop configuration, the more faster it will work. Unlike the GUI server, GUI server is completely dependent on the server memory and server allocation, right? But this is dependent on our internet speed, laptop configuration, and all that stuff. But when we start execution, when we start calling this application into our ABAP piece of code, so it works the same ABAP code. Within a matter of execution, you will get the data.
Okay.
Same like ABAP processing. As soon as you click the select query, you will get the data. As the same behave, it will be BRF application will also behave the same manner. It is executing, loading lot of data, might be. That's why it's taking so much time. I'm not sure how much is the quantity, but 366 items data along with your steps.
Okay.
Now the more detailed steps are available here. The function has been executed, rule set has been executed. No, for rule, I haven't defined any condition. There is no input parameter. So it's showing that no condition defined. Triggering true action. Database lookup, fetch data, data is updated into ITBBAK, then rule is closed, rule set is closed, function is closed. So that's how it's showing in reversal order. Every break, it will open a new bracket function, then it will open rule set, then it will open rules, then it will work on your expression, then simultaneously step by step, it will close all the steps. Let's go back to Workbench, code template. As soon as you click on the create code template, can you see something? This is system generated ABAP code. I'm not sure how they had changed this because this is non editable mode. Yeah, after copy paste this code, they have done the changes. That's the way how I'll call my application, how I'll call this. Well, you've seen there's a certain steps they have mentioned. All methods within the cycle function use the same timestamp, and for subsequent calls the same function. The information they had reduced now. Okay, no problem. I'll show you one more thing. I'll copy all the piece of code. Let's close this. Log in onto our system. ZTest001. BRF plus code ABAP code consumption. Somewhere in the ABAP screen, they have done the change, right? Let's check this, activate. That's the only thing we have to do. Deactivate and put our debugger here. Let's execute this. Anywhere, not only in the program. You can call this program, you can call this piece of code anywhere into the system. You can call this piece in a workflow. You can call this piece of code in function module, class, anywhere into the system. So what they have done, they have created one program, right? Let's say ZTS001. They had copy paste this BRF code into here and append your code, and at the end of the day, at the end of the piece of code, append your P03 feature code here. And directly they had append the same piece of same program into your P03 configuration.
Oh, okay, got it.
Within a same program, they have done, might be they have done like it. Not for the application, for the function. Application is a framework.
Right. Okay.
And in application, we can create n number of functions. So every
Oh.
function has, if you see, every function has its own system generated ID. This is the unique
Okay.
number. As soon as you got the new unique number, you will got the new piece of code. All the application would be the same. If I go here, LANE, might be we need to assign some runtime variables. I haven't declared those. Function ID we have given, and tracing is false. Trace generation is false. ER data, we are expecting data from ER data, that is LR data. In LR data, we do have IT underscore VBAK. Okay. It should be the value in LANE. Let's go here. Function. It will not get executed. Let's make changes here. Generally, we don't make the changes. While end
Okay.
users directly change the values into BRF application. We provide the
Okay.
application access to the end users. Let's say the last application I had developed was the text calculation for GST rate changes. So, and what exactly users will doing? They are changing the tax rates on daily basis, mostly on daily basis, mostly or weekly. So, what we have done, we have provided the access to the end users directly. Decision
Okay.
table we had created. One of the expression is decision table, and in table against they can creating new HSN entries or SSC entries, and they are changing the tax rates 18%, 28%, 5%, 0%. And the same application that is get integrated with the our custom routines into the backend. Is not initial message output that define type as oh sorry this is technical sorry this is technical name. Actually this is IT underscore VBAK data. VBAK, the data we are in my simulation mode, right? So my output, we are getting the output in IT VBAK. Okay.
Okay.
So system has returned me same data in the backend into format of LA underscore NE result, because the web piece of code had no idea what could be the nomenclature that we are expecting from BRF. So system had generated system because we had generated user system generated code. The system on assumption base, they had defined some predefined name LA underscore NE. So this is the okay 366 line items, correct? And same line items we had got from there, right?
Right.
The same data we are getting here. 366 line items. Now it's up to us how we can utilize these values. Now we are getting values from the BRF into a ABAP piece of code. So this is the part that how to call a BRF into a ABAP. Now go to non-execution. generate web service. For generating, this separate session we will discuss on how to generate the web services. But for time being, I'll show you something. You can easily correlate that. Where it is, there's a XML mode. It shows us a mode of XML data, and rules, no functions show us the data, not even the expressions. Let me check with the expressions. No, expressions will not generate any XML code. Web service RFC. Catalogs, repository, navigation panel. Somewhere there's a but over the years they had changed lots of options. How to set up BRF plus this Web2 application? The best is the SAP Press. You can develop your BRF application into coding mode also. Simultaneously, what they are doing, they are demonstrating two things in parallel mode. One, they are generating expression, they are generating BRF application steps in graphical mode. Then the next step would be the same steps they are converting into the ABAP piece of. So step by, let's say they are creating one function. So how to create a function in BRF, they had demonstrated. Now same function, how would you create without BRF, going to BRF Workbench, how you can create the same function into the backend. So this is the part that you are getting. It might, because this is completely hardcore technical, you will get confused at why they are using this code, why you are using this piece of code. My object haven't developed right now, and why they are using this piece of code as of now. Correct. That's the only thing. If you want to go with this reference book, then try to avoid this system generated codes. Once you've done your application, once you're done BRF completed course, then you can go ahead with the code. Okay, how my system code generation is happening. OSS nodes are there to configuring the BRF plus. Just now we had created one code generation. Now, right for that they had defined, they had make the trace how many times the code had been generated. The code, as soon as they create code template, right? Yes. So it makes a history on what date and what would the validity. The system had we had generated this piece of code, and somewhere we are using, might be somewhere they are using, but BRF plus application had generated its code and it's delivered to the technical team. So for tracing that okay, if someone says we are not using this application in the backend, we can easily find out either they are saying bluff or they are trying to hide something. No, code is generated means you have done some changes. You are using this function and somewhere into the backend. So you have to find out. You have to ask your technical team that why you have saying that you haven't used this function, because as per my history, you have generated this function. You have generated that code template. So that will become this is for just for analysis purpose, right? For if you are going back to trace all the things of application, then it helps us in the tracing. So what we have discussed so far, application, how to define function, rule sets, rule, simulation mode, tracing mode, and how to consume, how to generate the ABAP code, and how to consume that ABAP code into your ABAP program. Lots of options are there. You need to, if you want to play around with all the options, I'll suggest you just go to the settings and change the mode. Go to the expert mode. Okay. Only then you will able to see all the options, all the technical settings, all the what I say configuration steps of this BRF application, of the particular application. But otherwise, in the user mode, you will not able to get all the features. If I switch to simple mode is user mode. most of the features would be disabled. BRF plus configuration steps. They'll come specifically for SDMM module like that. But we are not going to use the output management, right? And they had to provide specific steps for the output management. These steps are specifically for output management. Rather than this, the only thing that we need to configure the activation of service. Your basis team can do that, but apart from that, there is no specific configuration that we have to take it care of. If you can find out the specific application, BRF application for the HCM module, BRF application, BRF apps for HCM in S4HANA. Output management. I haven't seen any BRF in HCM related SE. Can you go to this now? 2248229. 2248229. Okay. This is one of the, but these are all related to the output management. The SD module or purchasing module, not for the specific for the HCM. So actually what they have done, let me show you. BRF output management here. Let's say for BRF, they had provided the pre-delivered applications. For purchasing, application name is different, and for sale, for the sales team, application name is completely different. Background configuration, BGRFC, output, assign channels, something related to OP. This starts with the OPS. They had provided the keynote. Import of BRF plus application. So from Launchpad, they are downloading the application, and yes, the file would be opd_ef purchase order.xml. This is for the purchase orders. Same goes for the sales order also, but I'm not recollecting the exact name. Something is related to OPD or sales order or like invoicing like that. But so OPD, starting with OPD, output determination. OPD, let's start with the OPD files. Or if you try to find out some relative notes to this 2248229. So then attachments, you will see that the XML files are attached. You just download that XML files. Rest I'll explain you how to upload that file into the system. You can utilize that.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the purpose of the SAP BRF Plus query browser? Option A, to design report layouts. Option B, to create and manage data sources. Option C, to execute and preview reports. Option D, to create and manage queries. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, looking to master supply management? Our SAP BRF Plus course is your ticket. Learn at your pace on our platform. In this course, dive deep into SAP BRF Plus. It's like a toolkit for planning, ensuring products flow smoothly. We cover it all, from the basics to savvy techniques, crafted by seasoned experts. Your mentors are pros with years of experience, ready to guide and tackle your queries. And hey, don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course. Folks just like you found it super useful. Best part? It's budget friendly. Learn without breaking the bank. Ready to rock SAP BRF Plus? Enroll now. And for more deets, peep ZaranTech's website.